Thank you. Good morning, everybody. We'll reconvene the hearing. Before we get on to the first submitter, which is Mr. Duffy, anything coming overnight?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We have received the legal submissions from federated farmers, as well as some responses from Ms. Williams.
So I've provided the 2 Gazette notices that I referred to in the discussion on Tuesday.
Great, thank you. If they can be put on the website so that everybody can see them, yep, that'd be great. Thank you. And hard copies for the. Thank you.
I have not seen Mr. Duffy online yet.
Possibly having technical problems, technology problems.
Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe just give them a minute or so. Mr. Tatum, if Mr. Duffy's not available, are you? Yeah. You okay? All right. Yeah. Rather than wait for Mr. Duffy, if he's not online, I think we'll hear from Mr. Tatum, and then we'll, once we finish that, hopefully Mr. Duffy will be in a position to be able to talk to us. So, thank you. Thank you. Morning, Mr. Tatum.
Morning, how are you?
Very good. Commissioner St. Clair, Commissioner Boothroyd, Commissioner Mackay. Over to you. Speak to your submission.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you for letting me speak on the behalf of my family in the catchment. My name is Trevor Tatum, and I've lived in the Waituna catchment my whole entire life. I'm the 4th generation to farm in the area, with my son Adam being the 5th. What the applicants have clearly shown is that the consent application is agenda-driven, with no regard to the community or life in the lagoon. If this consent is granted in its present form, it kicks out the community, and many forms of life that live in the lagoon will be devastated. I also notice that the consent application has no flood protection considerations. That's because that's what they're actually planning to do. It's clearly an agenda-driven approach, and there are so many contradictions to the consent application. I believe no consent is better than a bad one. They have behaved in such a poor manner. If the consent application is declined, they should not be allowed to have another attempt. Granting this consent in its present form would be like giving 5-year-old car keys. The community want their catchment back. They want it out of the claws of Doc, Iwi and ES. We would love to have control back, but fear that Doc, Iwi, ES, Forest and Bird, Fish and Game would continue to oppose us and legally challenge us. None of the organisations have to bear any of their own costs to oppose us. It's a double whammy for us. We are funding all these organisations through taxes and rates, and then yet here we are today in our own time, unpaid, trying to ensure that common sense prevails. Like Dean and the Trust have been given land at tax and ratepayers' expense, so they don't care about income. If they were paying a mortgage like the rest of us, I believe it would be quite different. They need to make up their mind whether it's flooded, unproductive, or productive. I think it's sad the money being spent to fight the community would have been better spent on projects in the catchment. When I ask ES to clean out the grass out of my creeks, the reply is we have no money. Despite the money they have spent, we are here with the lagoon in the worst state ever. The applicants have turned their backs on 120 years of lagoon management history. They should not have squeezed the community out, nor should they have caused the loss of continuous rights. The continuous rights should have stayed until a new consent was granted. They put so much pressure on you and Perry to release the rights. The three organisations have employed so many dirty tactics, from withholding information through shifting the goalposts, that I don't believe the community will trust them again. My recommendations to you guys is to oppose the application in its current form, to grant a resource consent to open the lagoon at 2.2 or lower, ensure the consent wording guarantees the applicant will open the lagoon at 2.2, not leaving as I'll think about it, we'll see, blah, blah, blah. The limit consent duration for 20 years if the level is maintained at 2.2 or less. Limit the consent duration to 20 years if the level is maintained at 2.2 or less. If the level is set at 2.5, the consent should only be for 5 years, but it must be reviewed every year if it's at 2.5. I believe they should hold the applicants liable for any damage to the neighbouring land, roads, bridges, infrastructure resulting from their actions of raising the lagoon to the height they want. Ensure the accountability not only from the applicants' organisations, but also the individuals within the organisations. They can make poor decisions, leave their jobs, and leave the community to pick up the pieces. I appreciate your time. Happy to answer as many questions as I can.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. Mr. Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. Yeah, I do have a couple of questions, more related to your actual written submission.
Yeah. I thought, because it's probably better off to do a quick summary and be done,
Yes.
than to drag on.
Thank you. Yeah, that was well heard. But in your submission, you put a one-line item that talks about an issue of increased sedimentation. I'd just like to hear your experience of that issue.
Yes, on my own farm, definitely. But the moral of the story, in my opinion, if you flood the lagoon to the heights you are, all the creeks and banks are inundated with water, become soft, they collapse into the waterway. Like they say they're trying to reduce sediment, but yet with a high lagoon level, they are causing it. So us as farmers can't prevent that, because if it's at a lower level, the banks all stay stable, the sediment is minimised depending on flood events or whatever. So I believe they say one thing, but then they cause it themselves with their decisions.
And I think you also talk about nutrients, so that would presumably, in your view, bring nutrients in as well.
Well, my opinion to that too, if the creeks and streams and that are lower, the ground has more time to absorb the nutrients and minerals before they get to tile drains or runoff. If the creeks are very high and they're only like a foot to the surface, well, there's no filtration through the land. Like us as farmers can't keep it on our farm where we want it. It's either naturally running off or it's got no filtration in any of the farmland areas, streams, banks, you name it.
Thank you. And I understand that you well, your statement, you hunted and fished the lagoon, so you've been on the lagoon quite regularly.
For over 40 years, I've been there. I've done thousands of Ks on motorbikes up and down the beach, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers. I've been on the lagoon in waders, canoe, jet boat, normal boat, rowing boat.
That's good, thank you.
It's a great mental thing. Like, you can go on a brilliant day. Hopefully you get brilliant days when you're down there. It's just such a beautiful place, and to see all the wildlife and all the things thriving brings great joy. But it breaks, like when it was at 2.5 recently, it breaks your heart that you're powerless to actually fix it, because it's such a simple process once the conditions are met to open the lagoon. Like, we don't need to overcomplicate this. But rules and regulations and red tape have made it so difficult now. Like, if I can sort of talk back to my Uncle Ray, who's 92 now, when they used to manage the lagoon back in the 40s and 50s and etc., the locals got together, they went and opened it when necessary. They didn't have to fight for 2 years and go through all these meetings and stuff like that. It was just simply done. But yeah, it's become too hard. It's become over the top too hard. And it's just rules and regulations. I do believe we need to stick to correct procedures, but what we're dealing with today is crazy.
Thank you. Thank you for that. My question related to that, though, is your experience of that sedimentation in the lake. I'm interested to know what you observed.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Well, yes, definitely. There's a lot more sediment in the lagoon. Definitely. I haven't, up until all this started, I used to fish every year on October 1. But since this has started, I've refused to buy a fishing license because I don't want to fund them. So I haven't actually been fishing in the lagoon for the last 3 years, as well as my son hasn't either, because we don't go now. But it doesn't take a rocket science to figure out that if all the banks are collapsing, the sediment's going to be in the lagoon. So I believe the sediment will be higher, and we need to open it to flush it.
Okay, thank you.
At the correct time.
Thanks. Thank you.
Mr. Tatum, the land that you own, I'm going to give this plan to Ms. Onko and ask her to, could you show us on this plan?
Yeah.
And then I can get Ms. Onko to show it on that big plan over there.
Yeah. Like, I'm on the Mayha Creek.
My other question is, could you point that out for us?
Yeah, but it does enter into the Waituna stream.
Right.
But my personal opinion is if you have it high at the lagoon, over time that height is going to creep back through the catchment. Like, over time it's going to silt up. So as that height gets higher and higher and higher, this is my farm right here. So I boundary Ronnie and Gaiman Row. Yes, yeah, right there. So the creek goes right through the centre of it. So if you go over a wee bit to your right, so the creek goes right through the centre right there.
Right. And then joins up in the main stem of the Waituna Creek.
Yes, sort of at Derek Valentine's,
Okay.
I believe.
Yep. Yeah. Right. If I can have that
Yep,
map
you
back, and
certainly
I'll draw on. Excellent, thank you.
So not directly affected, but I believe in time I will be, if it is granted, of course.
So just on that last point, your expectation is at the higher level, 55 or possibly higher, that water would back up onto your land.
Over time, yes. Yeah. remembering that as all those banks are high, they're going to all be collapsing, and it's just going to keep travelling up the stream, isn't it? In my opinion. And I sort of need, because I only have 200 acres, I sort of need it to be going. Like if it's held, the creeks are held back and my drains can't work, that sort of affects me quite dramatically. Say, for example, if there's too much grass in the creek and it just keeps building it up, and obviously sediment as well, it just gets worse and worse for me, and it makes it very hard for me to try and feed my family, basically.
Commissioner Mackay.
I only have one question, but it is a question that I've been asking all of the submitters yesterday. And so that is, if we aren't in a position that we don't have the scope to be able to change the lake levels, then I just want to know, what is the impact, what's the effect you've just described, having no consent and no opening? So are there other effects by having no drainage? Talked about sediment.
Sort of a double-edged question, isn't it? I believe that this consent is a very poor one. I believe that ES should go back to being overseers and not applicants. I guess if this does crumble into a big burning heap, hopefully something new will come out of the ashes, and it will be a better form and better outcomes for everyone. I don't think it should just be for individuals or a certain group. It should be for everyone. Like, everyone should be able to enjoy the lagoon. So I personally hope, as by my consent says, that I hope you oppose, you don't grant this consent in any form.
Okay, right. And so that leaves nobody with a consent. And then we go back to that position, the emergency opening better from last time. So it's been 5 years, my understanding, without a consent. And so thinking back to that time of the emergency opening, we've had quite a bit of evidence that talked about the ecological, worsened ecological outcomes. And I just wanted to know, I guess my next question is, at a 2.2 that you've talked about, what would you consider are the ecological benefits or the cultural? You've got a way, obviously, you're talking about land drainage as a good benefit, and what do you believe about the ecological and cultural values at a 2.2 level?
Like I've said earlier on, like the health of the lagoon is important. Like, no one in the community wants to see it decline, degrade, flood. Like, it breaks your heart. And if we have to go through another emergency opening to get common sense, well, that's just the baby we have to carry. But like I said again, if the continuous rights weren't dropped until we had a new consent, we wouldn't be in the situation that we are now. Like, it seems weird to me as a management thing that you would just cut it off and have nothing. Like, that's not normal, is it? Like, you can't just, it's like a factory, you can't just turn it off and wait a couple of years to see what's going to happen. Like, it should have slid down until it was corrected. But the health of the lagoon is hugely important to everyone. I can't see the narrow-mindedness of just culture. It's got to be everything that lives, breathes, thrives in that lagoon. Like, it's such a narrow approach to only have these things. I feel it should be everything that benefits the lagoon.
So the ecological, I don't know if we've seen the conditions of consent and what the triggers are. There's an appendix that has like the key markers of what would enable an assessment of the ecology in the lake. Have you had an opportunity to look at that, or?
Well, I possibly, you sort of understand, but probably not to a huge degree, but I know in the past it's been said that the lagoon's been opened for land drainage, but the fish passage, all the other health reasons have happened by default. I know it hasn't been said or written, but I don't believe anyone since 1907 has gone, I'm only opening this for land drainage. I believe it's always been for the health of the lagoon, for fish passage, it's like there's been more than just one reason to open it. So, like it's got to be healthy, because if it's degraded to a point that it shows the area is bad. Like a good healthy lagoon shows that the area is thriving and doing well, and no one wants to see a declining lake, river. No one does. And if you've got powers to prevent it from declining, why not do everything within your power to keep it healthy and correct?
I understand that.
Yeah.
My question was about, you'd said a single narrow-minded approach being cultural values, yet when I looked at those primary indicators and secondary indicators, they're actually all westernised science markers. So I was just seeing whether those were important to you, but you've talked more holistically about the well-being of the lake, so good answer.
Like we can't go back to the past, can we? We can only look forward to the future, and everyone needs to be on the same playing field, going in the same direction. We can't change the lagoon to something that it's not. It's always been a lagoon. I can't speak 200 years ago, but from what I've seen in my lifetime, it's always been what it's always been. Like it's never been somewhere where I believe you'd go and swim, unless you fall out of your boat. But some people are trying to change it into something that it isn't, and it has never probably been. I don't know if you'd want to go and have a bath in it yourself. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's up to you.
Nothing from me, Mr. Tatum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for hearing me.
Yeah.
And I'd like to thank the people that have made it possible to be live streamed, because like I wanted to be here every day, but injuring myself on Monday has put a wee bit of a dampener on that. So I'm pleased that I've been able to follow it all the way. So thank you.
Would it be possible for us to, your written notes,
Yep.
is it possible for you to give a copy to Ms. Onko so that we'd have a hard copy that we could refer to?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I don't mind answering future questions either. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I know.
Yes.
We refer to as hey, you.
lunchbox.
Yeah, because I didn't really want to have to try and get it up.
Fair enough.
Well, someone takes the car.
Mr. Duffy's available online. Okay. We'll move on to Mr. Duffy. Thank you.
Mr. Duffy, can you hear us?
Mr. Duffy, are you online? Are you available?
Yes, I am.
Oh,
start off now. Kia ora, my name's Paul Duffy, and I have the role of the Southland District Councillor, and I represent the inside my waters includes the Waituna area. I've been in that role for the last 24 years. I'm also a qualified hearings commissioner of the RMA, and I have served on the Southland Conservation Board, and I'm currently a member of a South Charitable Trust. Submitted in support of the concept of having an opening regime as part of the future management of the lagoon, but I do share the community's concerns regarding the levels proposed in the conditions. Largely from a council role, those effects related to the infrastructure such as the road and the bridge. Also though, the groundwater effects on the surrounding land. Mindful that at the higher levels that are stated in the proposed conditions. I notice in various documentation, such as the NPS for freshwater management, there's mention of providing for people's social cultural well-being. So science advisory, one of the 5 ecologists. See the for community engagement, and I think it's a positive. But just with the 5 yearly reviews as proposed,
Might be better if he turns his video off.
Yeah. Mr. Duffy, if you can hear us, the screen's frozen up. If you were able to turn off your video and just do it by audio, it might, we'd be able to hear you better. And then
He's completely
okay,
turned on.
hopefully he can sign back on again. And the you able to telephone Mr. Duffy? I'll suggest that if he just has his video off but the audio on, that might allow the technology to work.
That's all good. We will try to see when it comes back. We will try the next submitter first. I can see you now. Let me just see if you can join.
Yes.
Right.
Right. The other point I was wanting to make was just regarding the experience last year where the road was closed for I think something like 111 days. So that doesn't line up with the figures put forward for estimated times when it could be affected. And that was just at 2.3, around that level. That road was closed from, I think, either end of May or early June, right into September when the lagoon was opened. So I think that's the reality. And I do believe that the modelling needs to be aware of that. And I noticed that wasn't referred to in the reports that I've been reading over the last couple of days. That's probably really what I'm saying, just reiterating what I said in my submission regarding the effects on roading infrastructure and also on the drainage and livelihoods of people around. Bearing in mind that road, as you probably know, goes to where the dock walking track is and interpretation and the Mahinga Kai area as well. So they're important. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify, Mr. Duffy, your submission's on your own behalf, correct? Okay. Can you hear us, Mr. Duffy? Are you able to just
believe that I've got.
Mr. Duffy, are you able to turn off the video feed? Just the video feed and rely on the audio?
Okay.
Excellent, thank you. Sorry.
I'm not sure.
Can you hear my?
Right, good.
Okay. So that's first question. Just confirm your submission's on your own behalf as an individual. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I had a question just related to your submission on page 2, which was where you say you understand the modelling the affected areas at 2.5 are predicted to be just 27 or 28 hectares. Sorry.
Yes. It stated that in the application papers. That was 27 hectares of privately owned land. It didn't include it didn't include land that was already owned by like Southland District Council, Esplanade, or those, or land already purchased by the trust. That's what the information prior to the submissions stated.
Okay. Thank you.
And I was questioning if the modelling got it wrong with the duration of the road closure, whether the modelling might have got that wrong as well, and actually the effects were much wider than that.
So you've answered that, and I had that down as a question. Thank you.
There was a difference between what was inundated and what's affected, as in terms of, there mightn't be water lying on the ground, but there certainly is an impediment to the drainage due to the drains not being able to run efficiently.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Boothroyd, do you have any questions?
I do have a question, Mr. Duffy. On the last page, I think it is, of your written submission, and you did allude to this. You say, I'm asking for the effects on the road and bridge infrastructure to be taken into account when maximum levels and timings of the opening regime are being set. Do you have do you have a specific recommendation for those timings and levels?
No, well, I think heed needs to be paid to the timings of openings regarding the likelihood of it closing up again. The other part of it is at 2.3, there's effects on the road. So obviously 2.2 would be a much better figure from that point of view only. Regarding the time of year, etc., like this year we knew, last year when it was closed for that great length of time, we were coming into a winter when we knew there was probably going to be more rain, and so there was less relief in sight and no likelihood of much help from any no evaporation, and the ability to filter out through the gravel to the sea is probably less as well. I'm not a scientist. I don't fully understand all of those elements of it. I did notice in Dr. Hugh Robertson's points that he said that the 2.5 was the maximum level. And I have a feeling that the maximum level, that at that level there was a risk of some negative impact on the lagoon through the lack of or the increased darkness in the water. But I am just looking to me as though 2.5, while it's a maximum that shouldn't be exceeded, could easily become the level that everyone's happy to live with. I don't mean everyone in the whole context, because we know everyone's not. But I'm just wondering if it might be seen as an ideal by some people, when in actual fact it's the actual maximum that ever should happen. And we saw the wide effects that 2.5 had when it got up close to that prior to that last opening in September. So I'm probably haven't answered your question, but those are the points that are in my mind anyway.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mackay?
Yes, kia ora. I just have 3 questions. So in your written submission where you talk about the modelling and then correlate it to the 90 consecutive days that the bridge was closed, my understanding is that that was an emergency event, and from evidence that we've heard, it actually raised higher, and that was caused by the lake not being in a lake opening regime. So I wanted to understand, how do you relate the modelling at 2.4, then saying to the 90 days of closure? How do they actually relate?
Well, it actually was much longer than that. It was 90 days when I was down there and took the photograph. So it was more like 111 days. But I think it's just pointing out that that is at that higher level. I mean, I believe we need a consented opening regime. But I'm trying to emphasise from my perspective that the levels that are proposed, even if it was 2.4, has those detrimental effects. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, well, it does, because my understanding was it was much higher than the 2.4 that you had compared it against. And those differences are quite incremental because, and this is my next question, it's about 2.2 is what it's been, 2.3 and 2.4 is what it's, for the first 10 years, is intended to be whilst they do the reviews, and then 2.5 at year 10. And so it seems from the evidence I've heard that each of a 0.1 is actually a significant difference.
Yes, well, a factor of it is, I believe, that the amount of time it can take to get to that level. Like it can sit at, say, 2.3, and you might have 2.4 as a trigger, just for as an example, but it could take a hugely prolonged time to reach that 2.4 without dropping below the higher 2.3. So that's how we got to that situation last year of the road being closed for that very long duration. So arbitrary figures are a bit of a problem, really, in that to trigger them, you're sometimes in just under that for a long period of time, which is probably shows that there needs to be some perhaps more flexibility on the effects at the given time of the event, whatever is happening.
Have you had the opportunity to look at the primary indicators in Appendix 1 and 2?
Yes, I believe I have. Were they with the application?
Yes, it's talking about the water quality, biosecurity.
Yeah, no, I have read them.
So
I can't quote them, but I've read them.
do you think they provide the I think flexibility that you've just talked about?
Are you talking about those? Well, I mean, this is a issue that's got so many factors to it, and prime one is the health of the lagoon, which we know concerns arose about that about 2011, which led to a change in perhaps lagoon management. So the quality of the lagoon is important, but if that quality can be maintained without raising it or allowing it to raise to those high levels, because I think we do have to be very mindful of the other effects on, as I said, the roading infrastructure and the people's economic well-being around the area.
So from just an ecological perspective, because I do understand putting aside the land use and productivity aspect, but from an ecological perspective, does this consent, in your view, meet the ecological values that it's trying to achieve?
Well, I think it is it's a remedy which is kept in balance with all the other aspects. I think it's a remedy which has got more chance of working than, perhaps working at a 2 metre level where people opened it whenever it rose just because of the fact it was that high. So I think we all have, I remember Tiffany Regan saying once, we're all likely to be equally unhappy. And I think that on a purely ecological basis, what is the ideal for that is not necessarily, or we know it's not in this case, the best result for everything else. And I also wonder, when we start talking 2.5, as I noticed in those science advisory comments from Dr. Robertson and elsewhere, that 2.5 was a level at which there had to be some concern over the lack of light getting through to the vegetation in the water. So I don't see 2.5 as being ideal. So then we go below that, the 2.2, which would keep everybody happy, and talk about the trade-offs that might happen in among that. And I believe that any higher than 2.3 is probably got negative effects, or we know it has, on the roading infrastructure and access to the place, and also on the drainage issues for the farms. If perhaps more land was able to be purchased, if that could be funded, and then there might need to be an ability to look at amend the drainage issue, but it won't change the road unless some freeways put through there at a certain height. That roading issue will always remain at that level. And at that higher level also it affects the Waituna road that Waghorn Road runs off. It starts then to be flooded as well. So those higher levels are not really.
That's really helpful. I was just trying to understand your submission's not challenging the ecology, it was more the infrastructure and the other surrounding landowners. And so I was just trying to make sure I understood what you were saying when connecting it back to the science. So thank you.
Thank you.
I just
the
have
other
one
point-
last
Yeah,
question.
Karen, sorry.
My last question is what I've been asking all of the submitters, and that is, if we're in a position that we don't have the authority to change the level, then what would the outcome therefore being there's no consent to open the lake, no opening regime? What's your position? Do you prefer this to be an oppose in that situation, decline consent if we don't have the ability to change the level?
Oh, good question. Because I certainly believe we need to have a consent, and I guess all of the submitters believe that. But I would oppose the consent being approved on those conditions at those levels.
Okay, thank you.
Just another point which I perhaps overlooked a little bit, the aspect about communications, which I in my submission supported, and I'd just like to emphasise the importance of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Duffy. Nothing further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I've been a bit difficult to engage with.
Blame the technology. Be my
Sure.
suggestion.
Thank you. Good.
Thank you.
Bye.
The next submitter we have is Mr. Parry. So, morning, Mr. Parry.
Morning.
Over to you.
Morning to you. Can I say initially, I come from a generation that is not particularly active as far as technology is concerned. You would have some difficulty in deciphering the notes that I have here that I intend to speak from, but I would be happy to work with the necessary people if you require further information from me. I was born in January 1947 to become a fifth generation member of the Waituna catchment. My ancestors arrived in the catchment in 1860, and the seventh generation of the family now is part of the farming operation that we have at Awarua. My position in the Waituna catchment is above the map that you have there. I farmer or have been involved in the farming of a property at Rūnanga, which is about 2/3 of the way up the Waituna stream, the main Waituna stream. As this consent hearing to a large extent centres around consent to open to the sea, and I make the comment that I attended my first opening of the Waituna Lagoon in 1952 with my father and mother. And it was an opening, it was done in the Bulb, which is east of Currans Creek. And I have very vivid memories of standing on what is now the road in front of what was in those days the navigation light that was mounted on the top of the bank there. and looking across the bowl at the bulldozer working on the other side of the embankment. And we walked round the end and up to where the bulldozer was. So at that point in time, I was about 5-year-old. I have attended many openings of the lagoon and certainly have been at all of them in the last 20-odd years. It would be fair to say that I have had my fingers in an awful lot of things in the Waituna catchment over my lifetime. I was an elected member of the Southland Harbour Board at the time of local government reorganisation in 1989. I subsequently became the ward member at the Southland District Council for the Waihopo riding, the ward that Councillor Duffy now represents, and I served a number of terms in that position. I was one of those that was instrumental in putting together the Waituna Liaison Committee with ES, and have worked extensively in the last 20-odd years with ES on matters pertaining to Waituna. I thought it might be a little helpful if a little bit of a history around the opening of the lagoon was brought to your attention. This phenomena of releasing the lagoons of the sea is not new. And I certainly have copies of documentation of studies that were done back in the 1950s to see if there were alternative ways to release the lagoons of the sea. One of those was to divert the Waituna Creek to the west and out into Awarua Bay. And if one looks at satellite pictures of the land and what have you between Awarua Bay and Waituna, it's only a little over a kilometre that they would have needed to provide a channel for. Likewise, at the same time, a study was done to take the lagoon to the Matara River to the east, which went out through an area where the big pond is that I believe you probably saw when you were down there on Monday. And once again, making access through the highland to the Black Creek. It's only a little over a kilometre through there to the Matara River where 4 would be. With regards to the possibility of going to Awarua Bay, that ultimately fell short because of the Southland Harbour Board's opposition to it with regards to sedimentation in the harbour basin, which was something that they didn't want. So we don't have a new phenomena here. It's something that's been around for the life of the lagoon. The releasing of the lagoon on a more regular basis for farm drainage came about in the 1950s with the advent of lands and survey coming into the Waituna catchment in the lower reaches and buying up large blocks of land to develop. If you look at history as far as that time was concerned, this country was coming out of the Second World War, and there were many things put in place to try and get the country up and running again, and incentives put in place for land development, etc., to get the
the country on a more even keel from what it had been experiencing through the Second World War. Lands and Survey, Marginal Lands Boards brought quite large blocks of land, developed them. They were then carved up into suitable sized blocks of land and were balloted for young farmers to get into the farming industry. And as part of that, Lands and Survey were probably the instigators of a more regular opening through the gravel bar to alleviate drainage issues on the blocks of land that they were developing. They did that in conjunction with the old Southland catchment board. At about the time when most of the blocks of land that Lands and Survey had developed were all balloted out, and the Lands and Survey had little interest in continuing in the catchment. Was about the time that the Waituna Control Association came into bearing, which was a committee put together by the farmers of the area, the Southland Catchment Board, who was the predecessor to this organisation, the Regional Council. And also as a part of that grouping was the old Southland Acclimatisation Society, which of course is now known as Fish and Game. The reason that my name has been continually bandied around here in these 3 days that we've been here is that in more recent times, I held the consent in my name because the consent could not be held by the Control Association, because at that point in time, for many years, was not an incorporated society, and the law required it to be held in the name of an individual. And to a large extent, I've been the one that has borne the brunt of the issues around the opening and releasing of the lagoon to the sea. As I say, that grouping came together in 1969. Since 1969, somewhere in my deep litter system, I have the lagoon has been opened something like 60 times, and I can actually quantify the heights within 10-year brackets if you so desire. The other issue with regards to the lagoon is it's a little bit unique in that it is shaped in a way that the predominant weather patterns from the west or the southwest create the issue which has already been referred to as far as the variability of the Waghorn Bridge metering device with the pressure of wind and the pushing of the lagoon to the east by the weather patterns. And that can be quite spectacular. The large area in the west gets pushed down through the narrows into the east neath and has quite a dramatic effect on what the meter board is reading. The issue has always been raised as to whether we're getting a true reading at Waghorns Road. Those of us who have been involved over many years know that there are not too many days that at some stage of the 24-hour cycle you can't get a reasonably accurate reading as to what the level of the lagoon is. The height gauge was referred to as having had some errors in it. We have in the early 2000s the issue where the height gauge was taken off the edge of the bridge. The Southland District Council painted the bridge, and when it was put back on, it wasn't put on at the correct level.
So at the incorrect level.
It was put back on at an incorrect level, and there was an error of about 200 mils involved. That was amended in the consent that we had at that time, 2012, I believe. There was an amendment to the consent put in place to tidy that issue up.
Sorry, so was the gauge
Yes,
put back, was resurveyed?
it has subsequently been resurveyed, and everything has been, all the planets have been aligned in the right place.
Yes. Currently,
Yes.
you understand it
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I referred to before to having been involved in most of the issues with regards to Waituna over a long period of years. I was one of those that made submissions in the 1970s on behalf of the farmers at the time of the creating of the early part of the Ransard Agreement and scientific reserves and what have you. With regards to bank stabilisation on the property that I've been associated with at about 2002, in conjunction with EES staff, we did approximately 700 metres of bank restabilisation and reshaping. That was an issue that was paid for by our farming operation in conjunction with EES on a 50-50 basis. I certainly, over the years of the various operations that have been done with regards to bank stabilisation, been involved in all of them. The early cleanup fund money, which became available as a result of a I think it was the 2010 general election where the Greens Party managed to achieve a fund which, in conjunction with Environment Southland, we put in place and did some experimental areas in several places on the Waituna Channel, which has led to where the work that has been getting done on a yearly basis by the liaison committee. That was a fund that the farmers in the area were required to contribute on a share basis, which was done through the rating pool. And that was serviced over a 5-year period. Part of that experiment also involved the mowing of the banks after they've been regrassed to stop build-up of noxious weeds, etc., the spraying. which has always been a problem when you do work on the banks of the channel, the noxious weeds that come into being. There were some questions yesterday with regards to the consents and the term of them. In the early days of the Waituna Control Association, there was no such things as consents. It was merely done by the engineer of the old catchment board coming out and a bit of a walk around and a look at the situation. Cup of coffee or two. A few other things took place at some of those meetings. And a decision was made as to whether the lagoon was going to be open. There was, and it has been expressed to me in the past, a nail on the edge of the bridge, which was the indicator. If the water was getting near that, and it was the time of the year that it looked like the lagoon was going to start and drop away again, a decision was made to release the lagoon. Wasn't until we ended up with the Resource Management Act coming into being in the early 90s that an actual consent was put in place. The first consent that was held by the Waituna Control Association was a 5-year consent. Quite simplistic, just a trigger point which was adhered to and used. The next consent was a 15-year consent, and there have been some questions asked as to how a 15-year consent come into being. With nearly the consent conditions were drawn up, and for the want of a better expression, a typo where a 1 got put in front of the 5 and it became 15, and it wasn't an issue. That was the consent that subsequently was amended in 2012 to alleviate the issue of the height issue on the Waghorn Bridge. Of course, 2011 was when the issue of the health of the lagoon started to become more obvious. In 2011, the lagoon was ultimately released to the sea at Hanson's Bay. We did not hold a consent to release at Hanson's Bay. The consent was for Walker's Bay only. Environment Southland asked us to surrender our consent to them for a month, and they would go through the necessary emergency regulations to enable them to do an opening at Hanson's Bay, at which they were going to monitor the quality of the water or lack of quality of the water as it went out. And at that particular opening, when it eventually came into being, there were Environment Southland and DOC people who actually went out and slept and lived on the banks of the Waituna at Hanson's Bay and took regular samples of water as the water was released to the sea to be taken away and looked at. That's also was done on a number of occasions at Walker's Bay, which was all part of trying to establish what the picture was as far as the health of the lagoon was concerned. The 2011 release at Hanson's Bay developed into a little bit of a drama in that Southland was in the middle of a major weather event, and some of the aerial photographs and what have you that were taken at that time are quite spectacular. There was a period of time where it certainly would have been unsafe to go up the beach with equipment and endeavour to release the lagoon to the sea. However, under the emergency regulations, it's my understanding at that time, it required the Environment Southland to have a full council meeting to ratify the emergency opening. That, of course, led to the requirement of the sending out of agendas and public notification, which I believe was something like 10 days. The whole thing snowballed and became quite a long, drawn-out procedure, with the lagoon still continuing to rise, and it was getting very close to 3 metres when it was released to the sea. With regards to what has been proposed in this consent application, I have always been of the belief that the sites that need or potentially could be used for the release of the lagoon to the sea should be named in the consent. Short circuits any dramas if a decision is made that perhaps an alternative site is going to be used, and the dramas that you get tangled up in with legalities and etc. I believe that those sites should be listed in the consent. Whether there is actually conditions attached to each of those, the use of each of those sites is another matter, but those sites should be clearly identified in the main consent.
Mr. Pirate, just
go for your life.
I'm just thinking of the time and that kind of. How much more of your presentation in terms of speaking to us do you think you'll have? Because we're going to have some questions.
I'm about done.
Okay. Yeah. No. Okay. That's fine, because what we'll probably do then is for you to finish your presentation, and then we'll take the morning adjournment, and we'll come back and have questions after that. So, please carry on.
I have concerns around the three-way partnership in the holding of the consent. As I have indicated, I've been involved in local government in this province and have some experience in that area. I understand the dynamics of various organisations trying to work together. In my opinion, it will fail in so much that my experience has been the difficulty in getting three organisations all into the one room at one time. Everybody's got a busy life and wanting to go in their own individual directions, and trying to even set up this hearing has borne that out. I also have an issue with Environment Southland as the regulator being part of the consent. I have always believed as the regulator that they should be just exactly that, stand back and keep out of it. This particular application has become quite difficult in some ways, in that because Environment Southland has been one of the joint applicants, when I talk about we, people of the catchment, the Control Association, etc., have been denied the assistance and use of our elected representatives because the ruling has been made as a member of a consent application. They are conflicted as individuals through their association with Environment Southland. Therefore, once again, I come back to the point of they're the regulator. They shouldn't be involved in the holding of consent. Don't ask me what the answer to that is, because I have for many months run that round in my head, and I don't know what the answer to that is as far as who should hold the consent. The involvement of the catchment is absolutely paramount. We have had, once again, difficulties in all of the committees, etc., that have been set up around land holdings and what have you. We're in the early stages of putting them in place. We were told that membership of the committees was not open to the people of the catchment. Their elected representatives would be their voice within those committees. And of course, as I've just outlined to you, we have been denied that in part in more recent times. As far as the 2.5 height, that is just an absolute nonsense. Nobody has learnt anything from our experience of a high lagoon level for a long, prolonged period of time, and the events of the late 2023 and early 2024, when we had to release the lagoon under emergency powers when the algae bloom took place. That created some issues in that, because the lagoon at that time had gone back down to 1.4, it was not known for sure whether we had the ability to actually release it to the sea. As events turned out, and the decision was made by Environment Southland to release the lagoon at the eastern end, and that centred around accessibility with heavy machinery and the possibility of machinery having to be retained there over a period of time to facilitate the releasing of the lagoon to the sea. As you would appreciate, it's about a 2-hour walk to take machinery to Walker's Bay if Walker's Bay is going to be used. And once again, Walker's Bay is not accessible by traditional motor vehicles. You have to go by bike or by boat to get there. Transportation of fuel, etc., if machinery had to be held there for a long period of time, all becomes quite a difficult operation. That, if you want to adjourn at this point in time, probably sees me about done.
Okay, thank you. We'll take the adjournment. We'll have questions, but you'll obviously have.
Appreciate that.
We'll make sure that you have.
I'm sure.
If there's anything you think of over the
Feel free.
the adjournment that you want to raise with us before we go to questions, please feel free to do so. Okay, so thank you, and we'll reconvene at 25 to 11. Thank you.
What's that? I won't give a date.
No, there you go.
Because they're not listening.
Yeah, yeah.
Excuse me, when I said reconvene, I mean now. Mr. Murray, have you thought anything over the break and allow you to continue, or perhaps some other matters that have come to you?
It's typical. As soon as you walk away, there's something else that you think that, oh, I should have touched on that. But there's a couple of issues that I have come to mind. The reason that we end up in the situation that we currently are in with no consent on the ability to release the lagoon to the sea. As the previous consent holder, we asked for and were given continuous rights after the expiry of the consent in February 22. And were subsequently granted those. As you will be well aware, as a group, we went for a consent application, lodged it, and been through the pre-hearing situation, was put under a lot of pressure by Environment Southland and the other parties that were in the background. Long story short, we reached a stage where we could see no end and didn't believe that the cost was going to justify the ends, the means. As part of making a decision to withdraw our application, myself and Lloyd McCallum and Murray Waghorn met on a number of occasions with Environment Southland people and was assured that if we withdrew and the continuous rights were lost, they had the ability under emergency powers to release the lagoon to the sea if it became an issue. We accepted that advice. Probably had little option but to accept it. Subsequent events showed that emergency powers that they suggested to us was just going to be a stroke of a pen and we were underway, became a very convoluted process, and the situation deteriorated quite dramatically, trying to get that, as far as the lagoon was concerned, trying to get those emergency powers activated took a long period of time. The other issue that I would touch on is that there has been a sad lack of communication back into the catchment for quite some years. We were very much spoiled back in the days of one of your other submitters that you heard yesterday in Katrina Robertson, when she worked initially for DOC and Environment Southland, and then in the latter part of her employment just with Environment Southland. She was the point of communication. She became part of the catchment. When she got involved in raising a family and chose not to continue her employment here, it all went out the door. And try as we might, we have not been able to get the lines of communication from the various organisations, trusts, etc., back into the catchment until very recently with the appointment of Martin Van Rossum onto one of the trust committees. We have been able to open the doors of communication a little bit better than they have been. Just to give you an example, back in 2021, a meeting was called in the catchment by Environment Southland, DOC and iwi, at which time they fronted up, having given us no pre-warning at all. They fronted up with something like a 90-page document, waved it in front of us and said, this is consultation. That got a few people's backs up. If this thing's going to work, we're all in it together on an equal basis. That, sir, would probably be enough said by me.
Thank you.
Let's go to question and answers.
Commissioner Mackay.
Yes, kia ora. Several questions. The first one is, it was really helpful to go through the consent, the old consent, and in it, it's got Waghorns, it's got Walkers Bay and Hanson's Bay, and I wanted to know, of those two locations, and even events, from your experience of why do you choose which location to open? Do each location do different things like open and close faster or safer or protect different things?
For many years, I have been one of those that has argued that openings to the east would be beneficial, and have been point blank denied that opportunity on the basis that they will never work at that end of the lagoon. And this is statements that have been made by people who I have rarely ever seen at the lagoon or have any real knowledge of what goes on within that lagoon. Walkers Bay has been the preferred site for many years and has been put into the consent as the site. My own belief, having worked at Walkers Bay, is that Walkers Bay is somewhat limited going forward from here. It has changed dramatically in the last 25 years. Was referred to yesterday, the bank in front of what we know as the fishing huts area. I could safely say in the last 15 years, there's probably been 25 metres come off that bank and gone into the lagoon. And that's brought about by high wave action or high lagoon levels and wave action on that bank as it lies looking straight at the westerly weather patterns. Walker's Bay, if you look at it on a drawing, the water comes out of the main western area of the lagoon, heading in a southerly direction along the front of the fishing camps, and turns more than 3/4 of a rotation to go towards Tiwai. Goes along, and we have not been permitted to open the lagoon in close proximity to the fishing camp end. We have to go to a site that lines up off the end of Moffat Road, and we use the two points at the cove and at the Swan Bay end to line up as to where we release it to the sea. The water then has to turn once again, almost a full rotation, to go out through the gravel bar. And it loses all its velocity and its ability to push and fight the sea, shall we say, in adverse weather conditions. And ultimately, in most cases, ends up turning and going along the gravel bar towards Waipapa, and the sea fills it back in again. Whereas one Hanson's Bay, and it's never been particularly successful there because it has not been a lot of deep water in the lagoon behind the Hanson Bay bar. Hanson's Bay is a more direct line out into the sea. But if you go to the fence and you look at it on a map, the water in the western end of the lagoon and in the big area of the western end, bearing in mind that weather patterns in that area traditionally are from the west to the east, and the natural push out through the narrows to the eastern end is a direct line. And as we've alluded to before, the movement of water to the western end by weather patterns can be quite dramatic. Now, the emergency opening that was done in January 24, and I was involved in that, he came to me and asked me if I would be available to assist, and anything associated with the lagoon I will be available for. I don't take sides on these things. It was unknown as to whether we could be successful at the western end because it hasn't been, at the eastern end, because it hasn't been opened at the eastern end since 1972. What I did know from my travels on the lagoon was that immediately in front of the traditional old site at the fence, that there was deep water from having been on the lagoon in a boat and knowing how you get back into the mouth of Currans Creek. One of the questions that I asked at the time when we went, or before we went there to open it, was, are there any restrictions on what we can do? And was told, get it open. Because it was unbelievable that what was going on within the lagoon. We chose, and we put a boat out in front of the site that we decided to use. The lagoon was at 1.4 and there was 2.9 metres of water about 45 metres into the lagoon from the gravel bar. I know it caused a lot of heartburn in some areas. We walked the digger out into the lagoon, right up to the footplate, and found that deep water and dug the channel back through to the gravel bar and out through the gravel bar to the sea. A 1.4 metre lagoon release, which even I had some doubts about whether it would be successful or not, gave us a 60-day opening. And that, in the terms of Waituna, is an extremely good opening. What was spectacular about that, and there is video footage held by Environment Southland, taken from drones, what was spectacular about that opening was we got tidal action into Currans Creek and up into the Wee Lake. And it was referred to yesterday where the blockage that we knew was somewhere in the Wee Lake on Currans Creek got freed by that tidal action. Several days after we got it open on the outward tide, the colour of the water going out through the breakout was 2/3 seawater to the west side of the break and about the colour of your suit, sir, on the eastern side, which was a slop and stuff that has been accumulated over many, many years in the Wee Lake that was coming down from that side and blending with the water. It was a two-tone release to the sea. It's quite spectacular if you can get to see the footage.
That's really helpful.
Sorry, what was the question?
No, that was,
I'm
that
sorry.
answered the question.
I know I go on.
No, very helpful. But like you've taken us through each of those sites, which is really helpful. Would you, if we were to grant the consent, do you think it is important that all, because in the last consent there were 2 sites, is it important to have access to 2 or 3 sites to make good choices?
Sheer madness not to. You don't know what the situation's going to be, what the reasons are going to be when you go to open it.
Just follow up on that. You might,
And I'll go a step further. A lot of the openings many years ago, back in the days of natural openings and openings by men with shovels and horses, took place further east than Currans Creek in the bowl. The one that I went to in 1952 as a 5-year-old.
Sorry, Commissioner Boothroyd's got an
yeah, just have one follow-up question, if I may, and that's helpful actually hearing that, because the application, as we understand it for this consent, is to open anywhere along the bar. And I'd just like your thoughts on whether that's a sensible idea or whether they should be specified at very clear locations.
If what was said here yesterday with regards to the application and being able to open it anywhere along the gravel bar is what's in there, then for Christ's sake, say it. It doesn't say that in there.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. But is it a sensible idea to have it anywhere, or in your opinion, is it best to say here are the 3 locations where it should be open, or more or less?
I guess at the end of the day, the most sensible one, as far as I'm concerned, is anywhere.
Okay.
But those of us that have been about the lagoon over a long period of time know where the better sites are. The bulb, which is the piece east of Currans Creek, that used to be called the boat harbour. And the breakout was out in front. My readings of history and of what I've been told is that when the lagoon released itself to the sea without assistance from man, it nearly always happened in the eastern end in a weather event with a full lagoon. The water got pushed to the eastern end and forced its way out through.
Thank you. Thank you. That's helpful. That does respond to that question. Thank you.
But do,
The reason that gets put in front of us that we can't open it at the eastern end is that's because we're the strongest root beer beds are. And they don't want the salt water in the root beer beds. They being the experts.
that. My next question is about the consent, the comparison between the two consents as well, since you've talked about it. In the last consent, there's the primary indicators, secondary indicators, and then the tertiary indicators. And then if I compare that to the consent that's proposed, that's got primary and secondary as well, I just wanted to know whether you saw gaps compared to the last consent or just gaps overall in the list of primary and secondary indicators.
I'm a simple clodbuster from the deep south a lot of times. I have to say that while I've read all of those things, I don't place a lot of faith on some of the stuff that's in there. I don't have any letters after my name like a lot of other people, other than in the, well, I need to be straight up. I was very honoured a number of years ago to be entitled to put some names after, letters after my name by the Queen. But I have in the past used 4 letters, LKCS. Local knowledge, common sense.
Here, here.
Right. So my next question, I'll keep moving on.
I'm sorry.
It is helpful. Is understanding the timeframes. So, and particularly in the last events that were so involved, it gets to, and I'm keen to understand if it gets to a particular level, how long does it take to make a decision and then to get all of the equipment on site and then to open?
How long?
Yes.
Depends how organised you want to be.
How organised have you, has it happened in the past?
In the past, 2 hours.
Right. And does it differ
And having said that, we use a local contractor. Communication. He knows, he can look at the same things that I'm looking at. He will ring me. I know what his work program was going to be. He has been excellent in that. And in my involvement in opening the lagoon, there are a lot of things that you take into account. Where the current tides are, the long-range weather forecast, whether we're going to get wind off the land, and what the time of the day the peak tide is. More recent times, we've actually gone in and opened the lagoon at night because it has, under certain sea conditions, he's quite comfortable about doing it. But if, in my involvement with lagoon openings, I know weeks ahead of where the target's probably going to be. I watch the tidal charts, the long range weather forecast, and you just marry all those sort of. I know where the local contractor is going to be with his digger. I keep him informed. The emergency opening that was done in September 24. It took about 4 days after the decision was made that they were going to release it. I was privy to information from sources within this building as to what was going on. I had talked to the contractor. When we got word that yes, they're going to open it, we could have gone there that night. That was late in the day. We could have gone there that night and let it go if we'd been permitted to. The blocks got put in the way. Having said all of that, and I know in this day and age it'll be frowned on, there's no health and safety plan put in place. We just go and do it. I prefer to, in my experience, release the lagoon to the sea without being too public about it. And we can do that and get the lagoon away without the multitudes of tire kickers and what have you that sometimes turn up.
Thank you. Earlier, before the morning tea break, you talked about having that we've seen from that latest emergency event, how the lake performs in a continuous high level. And I just wanted to know, because you've got quite a lot of experience, decades of experience of seeing the lake opening, have we seen any opportunities to see how the lake does perform at a consistently high level? Have there been periods in the past, over the decades, where there's been long periods of a high level, or do we just have that last event?
There have been periods in the past where the lagoon has been at high levels and continued to rise through weather events and our inability to get onto the beach to let it go and get the right tides and weather pattern. It would be fair to say that they haven't been on a prolonged period. The release that took place in January 24, when the algae bloom came about, if the lagoon had been released the earlier in the year when it had been at a height before it had started to recede down, there's no way we've ever had a situation like that where the lagoon went so high and wasn't released and slowly went back down again. I can't pinpoint anything that would be in the affirmative for your question.
It's helpful, thank you. And a question I've asked all submitters, and that is, if we are unable to grant this consent, or only able to grant it with the conditions that have been applied for, would you support the consent being granted or prefer it declined?
Simple answer, I prefer it to be declined. That being the case, absolutely of paramount importance that the powers that be, and they may well be situated in Wellington, get some sense into the situation to enable it be released to the sea. Because the same thing will happen again as happened in January 24. I'm not in favour of the consent application has been proposed. If you choose to decline it, I can live with that. But somebody's going to have to be quite strong and make some quite good decisions for the life of the lagoon and all of us.
Thank you very much. That's all of my questions.
Yeah, I do have a couple. Thank you. That's been very helpful. When and you said you held the consent for that period of time in your name. Does that mean you were the main decision maker of when it was open?
No, I still worked with the members, with the members of the Control Association.
So you worked with the members of the
Control Association,
Control
yeah.
Association, the association, yes.
While if you go back to pre the last 5-year consent, worked very closely with certain people within this building.
Thank you. That's good. And then another question following that, because this application, as you were, is based on the ecological and cultural values in the lagoon. So, as in that decision making about the things that you were part of, were any of those regarding ecology in particular, or were they all just on a level basis and flooding?
Probably the short answer would be that it was taken on a level basis with the knowledge of, in my own mind, and those people that I talk with, that there was potential for the other things to come into play. Having said that, if you go back to about 2012, and I'd have to go back and look at it, we actually chose not to open it at a trigger, having exceeded the trigger level. In the early part of, I believe it would be 2012, it might have been 2013. We chose not to open it about October, November, when it went past the trigger points, to see what would happen. It didn't go down well with some of the locals, didn't go down well with some of the fishermen. But we have gone down the path of pretty much releasing it to the sea when we had the opportunity to, under that consent that we held.
So if you chose to not open it to see what would happen, what did happen?
The Rufia report that followed probably was marginally better than it had been in the past. Just touching on the Rufia report, that report traditionally has become available in May, June of a year or any year as a result of their study, which normally takes place February. The sort of thing about communication that I alluded to before, this current year that we're in, I noted in one of the submissions that was made for this hearing, the 2025 Rupia report was referred to. I rang my source, and that report is compiled by NIWA for DOC. I rang my source within DOC and said, hey, I see the Rupia report's been referred to. Can I have a copy of it, please? It's not available. Hasn't been released officially yet. That is the sort of thing that gets this old farmer's back up as far as communication is concerned.
Just coming back to that Rupia then report, I mean, did you use that at all as a kind of signal or helpful in opening or not?
My own personal opinion is that too much emphasis has been placed on Rupia. There is too many unknowns about a high lake level and Rupia. I don't believe there's no scientific basis for where they're trying to go with the Rupia within the lagoon.
Thank you. And then just coming back up the catchment now, leave the lagoon, just go back up the catchment. And you were telling us about funding, etc., that's been made available for catchment improvements of one form or another, and we've heard some of that over yesterday as well. I've been trying to get a sense of, I guess, the extent that that's occurred in the catchment. And I haven't really had that yet. And I know a percentage is a kind of difficult thing to give. And I don't suppose it's finished yet either, though. I dare say there's more to come.
You're quite right. And I don't believe that can be all that accurately compiled. I'm well aware of people in the catchment that went ahead and did things after 2011 when the concerns went out about the health of the lagoon. There are not too many properties within the catchment that haven't done something. Some of them have done major programs. One of the issues that I've had difficulty with is, and in the early days of the Waituna saga developing, I was involved in a number of field days, etc. And I put the condition on my involvement in those was that there is more to Waituna than that lagoon. One of the early issues that we had was convincing people that lived in the headwaters of Waituna that they were actually part of this mess that was at the bottom. You're not familiar with, obviously, with Southland. The headwaters of the Waituna Lagoon go very close to Edendale. If you look at it on a map and place it where the headwaters are, the cleaning program goes right along the top of the ridge, almost to Edendale. And they're all part, the people that are up there are all part of it. We've had some difficulties in convincing them that they are part of it. The old story, you know, you throw the water out the door and it goes on to the next door neighbours and that's the last you see of it. Not quite the case here.
Thank you, that's helpful. Thank you.
I've got a couple of, so with the contractor that has gone out from the most recent ones that helped, that was to the fence, whatever, you talked earlier about saying that it takes what, 2 hours to get the equipment from the road end down to Walker's Bay.
Not quite 2 hours, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. And then, what equipment and whatever do they take? And do they take fuel and how
No.
much of it?
And-
And how long does it take to dig it out?
In recent years, in 2011, when it was released under emergency powers at Henson's Bay, there were two 25-ton diggers went in. And that's probably only 3/4 of an hour walk to Henson's Bay, and you probably appreciate that, having been down there on Monday. They went in at daylight in the morning, and the lagoon was released to the sea about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 4:30 in the afternoon. I've only once been involved in 2 diggers going to Walker's Bay in the last 15 years. In the last few years of releasing it at Walker's Bay, one 20-ton digger on most occasions has been able to let it go in 2 hours. Takes longer to walk in and longer to walk out, and for the contractor to then go and clean the machine down, because walking up that beach is like valve grinding pace on track equipment, etc. The reason that we opened the lagoon at the eastern end in January 24 was we didn't know how long we were going to need machinery there, because the lake levels were so low, and that would, by opening it at that end, gave us accessibility to getting fuel to the equipment, which we had to do at the end of the first day. We had to bring fuel in, and we were able to do that by merely ringing somebody that we knew had a trailer tank and saying, "Can you get us a trailer load of fuel here?" And we were able to keep going. If you're going to go to Walker's Bay for an extended opening for whatever reason, that's a different ballgame. How you get the fuel, etc., up there, they would probably have to take it in with them.
No.
Then creates all sorts of issues about spillage and all that sort of stuff in the environment.
With the, when you're opening the lagoon at the 1.4 metre level that you just referred to, why was it opened at that point?
That was when we had the algae bloom.
Yep.
And you saw the slide yesterday where the lagoon was discoloured. I can tell you, if you stood in the edge of the lagoon with the water over your boots, you couldn't see your boots. It was unbelievable. That, regrettably, was obvious with the benefit of hindsight. That was obvious that there was going to be an issue as probably as early as the end of September, which Murray Waghorn referred to in his submission yesterday. But we didn't know what we were looking at. It wasn't until we let the lagoon go and all of a sudden, and when it was decided to release that something was going to have to be done, we were not prepared to go in and put divers in to have a look to see what was there as far as Rūpia was concerned for their health. It wasn't until we actually released it to the sea and it drained, all of a sudden there's no Rūpia anywhere. It had all been dead for quite some time.
You said then we didn't know what we were looking at. What do you mean?
Well, Murray Waghorn referred to in his submission yesterday, when he came home from overseas, there was all this rupia trash and what have you on the foreshore. We believe now that the rupia was long dead at that point in time. The rupia report of 2024, in a vague sort of a way, and we opened it at the end of January, and the rupia study was not done until March. And there's vague inference to the rupia not being there because the lagoon had been released to the sea. It was long dead, it was long gone before we released it to the sea.
And if I'm right, whilst it was released at 1.4, at some point prior to that, it was much higher.
Absolutely, yes, it's been as high as 2.4.
Thank you, that's right, clarifying that. Thank you.
Thank you. My final question was, you offered a list of events and when the openings occurred and at what level. In your presentation to us earlier, you referred to it. You had a list of the events.
I can provide you with a list of all the openings that have taken place since 1969.
Could you please provide that to Ms. Onko? And then,
yes, I can get all that.
Right, and it's important. I need you to do it in a time frame. So when do you think you could do that by?
Tonight, Joanne?
Yeah.
You could do it this evening, okay? That'll be, if you could send that to Ms. Onko, and then Ms. Onko can put it on the website, and that way it's distributed and everybody's got access to it.
I have to say, sir, most of that information is here. It's in this building. If the right people knew where to look. I'm sorry,
I'm going to rely on you to provide it. Thank you. Thank you. I don't have anything further. Do you have any? No. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your patience.
Mr. Eslo? Thank you for your patience, Mr. Eslo.
That's all right.
Thank you.
I'm used to that. Good morning, everybody. My name's Lloyd Eslo. I'm an Invercargill teacher. I've also had a long interest in Waituna and Southland Coast and Southland history. I've done every inch of the coast from Fort Craig to Waikawa Harbour. And I've spent a lot of time in Waituna doing bird surveys with the Ornithological Society, botanical stuff with Otago Botanical Society, school field trips and rubbish cleanups and all sorts of other things. So it's a long history. So I'm just going to go through a little bit of the history and geography of Waituna. I won't be too long. Stop me if I'm rambling. So the lagoon is there's no solid rock. It's all pea gravel. So at one end of the beach you've got the rocks at Tiwai. At the other end you've got Fortrose. So everything that happens in the lagoon is temporary because you've got this highly mobile bar of gravel. So over since over the last few thousand years, in the ice age, the sea level was 100 metres lower, and what's now Waituna Lagoon would have been a subantarctic hillside. A few thousand years ago, the sea level was much higher, and the cliff that's around the edge of the lagoon would have been the high tide mark. In the interim, there's been the lagoon is probably the mouth of the Mataura River, and probably part of a channel that directed the Mataura River through the Waituna, through Fortrose Estuary, Waituna Lagoon, Awarua Bay, and out into Bluff Harbour. So it's highly changeable there, simply because there's nothing solid there. So the whole system is moving. So the flora and fauna have changed in that time as well, and there's still a few remnants. There's the area is significant for subantarctic, well, not subantarctic, but subalpine plants that have survived close to sea level, left over from the last ice age, notably one called Donatia there. There's also some significant species in the area in the shrubbery around the edge of the lagoon. There's a climbing nettle called Urtica perconfusa, which quite a nasty sting if you tackle that habitat and with bare legs. There's also a green skink that lives there, fairly confined. There is a local subspecies of the boulder butterfly, which is called the Ty boulder, and that seems to be confined to just that area of coast. One of my concerns with that is that its food plant, the Muhlenbeckia axillaris, got swamped with the last very high level of the lagoon. The food plant for the caterpillar of that undescribed butterfly disappeared within the lagoon, although there's probably plenty of other habitat for it. Human history, obviously very important to Maori as a food gathering area for eels and parera, the grey duck, and the alternative name for Waituna, of course, is Waiparera. Abundant flax in the area, manuka for firewood and for shelter, totara trees for wood and for carving, for making a waka and things like that. So long human history. European history started mid-1800s with farming, and there's an interesting description of a trek by Bishop Harper, who walked along the beach there from Fortrose to Waikawa, Fortrose to Tiwai Point. Bishops in those days took their job seriously, and the entrance had breached out to the lagoon. So instead of being able to walk along the beach, they had to wade through the lagoon. And there's a lovely quote which says, from one of them, which says, "Pity there's no artists handy, 3 fellows stark naked, and one of them a bishop, up to their waists in water, clothes on their head, plodding through mud and water." And they found no fresh water, so they were parched by the time they got to Tiwai, not being aware that there is plenty of fresh water. There are tarns in abundance between Waituna Lagoon and Awarua Bay, but they obviously missed them. There was gold mining, 1866. Waituna Lagoon was a gold field with at least 80 miners there. 1893, there was a floating gold dredge. 1885, there was a proposal to put a channel right through from Fortrose to Bluff Harbour. And planning was quite well underway for that, but fortunately nothing was done. It was to make shipping easier in and out of Fortrose Estuary. But quite early in the history of that, the railway was put in, and the necessity for the port at Fortrose disappeared. So lots of changes there. I've looked at the whole area and had quite an involvement over the years, and I would see, I'm seeing an over-emphasis on the value of rupia as an indicator plant, and what's good for rupia is not necessarily good for everything else. Like, rupia seems to thrive in probably brackish, dirty, warmish water without a tidal influence. If you have the tide, if you have that fluctuating level, then you get all the salt marsh plants, then the crabs come back, then the migrant wading birds come back, so you're getting a whole new habitat. So why not have one of the salt marsh plants as your indicator of lagoon health rather than rupia? With if it becomes tidal, rupia will disappear, but it will come back and it will shift further up the waterways, as it's done in the Areti estuary, where there's a number of waterways where rupia establishes itself close to the sea, just beyond the normal influence of the tide, but thriving nevertheless. And that's what's going to happen at Waituna. It's still going to be there, but it's going to move up into the creeks. So I would see three possible scenarios. One is to do nothing and to leave it absolutely to nature. Now, that's not going to work because we've got infrastructure in the way. We've got a bridge, we've got a road, we've got a car park, we've got farmland that are all adversely affected by high water levels. And then you have the sediment and the nutrients that's coming down as a product of agricultural practices. Second scenario is the high level trigger point. That's probably, that's what the submission is about, that they're wanting a higher level than what is a lot of people would regard as acceptable at the moment. I read a paper, it's a doc paper called Rupia and the Key to Healthy Lagoons, but it's just a focus on rupia as the key to a healthy lagoon. Plenty of other species you could pick as your key species. There are lots of ecologies there. There's not just one that says that rupia is the best outcome. There's a little plant there called Thyridia, which is a little native musk. It has the same conservation status as rupia, and that disappears once you get the high water levels. It will recolonize, but why not have the presence of that as your indicator of what a healthy lagoon is? So my favoured outcome is a low-level trigger point, and at the moment, I was out there on Sunday. At the moment, there is the water's not too far below the bridge, and I would say that when it gets a little bit higher than that, it should automatically hit a trigger point. The decision becomes automatic that at that point, the man with the digger goes out, he makes a hole in the bank, and we drop the water level down. Just a very simple solution that's dependent just on the water level and not trying to sort out which the best of the different ecological possibilities is. With an opening, you get the nutrients flushed out, you get that clean tidal water coming in, you give fish the opportunity to move in and out, and the tidal lagoon produces that habitat which is suitable for wading birds and all sorts of other things. So that's really the extent of my submission, fairly brief, and happy to answer any questions. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I do have just a couple of questions. You mentioned the overemphasis on the rupia,
Yes,
as the indicator.
Yes.
You'll be aware perhaps that the application considers a kind of multi-criteria approach with
Yes.
multiple values trying to be managed for.
Sure.
So do you still think that the overemphasis on rupia, given that there is other values, there's talk of, for fish, for
Yes.
native fish and their migratory pathways.
Yes.
So does that truly lead to an overemphasis on rupia?
Yes, I honestly think that rupia shouldn't be in the equation, that rupia comes and goes, and if you're trying to be nice to Rūpia, something else will suffer.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is, again, the application is seeking to reduce or minimise the frequency of openings, particularly during the spring and summer period, not necessarily other times of the year. Do you have a view on that particular aspect of the application and the timing of the opening?
No, I don't. I just think that the water level hits the trigger level, and at that point it is opened.
Regardless of the time of the year?
Yes, I think so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I had a similar but slightly different question, and that's about, do you have examples of where the focus on Rūpia, or there's been a management regime that's been helpful to Rūpia, but something has harmed something else? And what's the something else?
Yes, I can't think of a specific one, but the talk over the years has been, like, Rūpia has been the top of the conversation, and that you have to do all these things to keep the ideal habitat for Rūpia, and which meant a higher water level. And as a result of that high water level that sort of led to the business about the opening regime, we had a lot of shrubbery around the edge of the lagoon died, waterfowl nests got flooded, and of course the bridge and the road were out of action for a very long time. So just absolutely need to avoid that, and just have a relatively low trigger point, and I think Rūpia comes and goes. Yeah.
My final question is just, have you seen the conditions of consent, and in particular the Appendix 1 and 2 that has some primary and secondary indicators?
I will have, but I can't.
That's fine.
I can't bring that to mind. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
My questions have been answered, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Were you going to ask me your final one, Megan, about what I think of?
Why not? Of course I shall. What is your position? My apologies, I didn't do it.
Yes. I would be in favour of having it declined, and I think that we go back to the drawing board. We go back to maybe a ruling from Parliament that says that the chairman of the Southland Regional Council makes the decision about when it's open based on consultation with a range of other organisations. That would be my preferred outcome.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that.
Mr. Hare. Just the council submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my name's Lloyd Eslo. I'm the Southland District Council, and I'm the Strategic Transport Manager for the Council. And the Raven Road and Martina Lagoon Road and Bridge fall within the portfolio of assets that we look after. Thanks for the opportunity to come and speak. I'll start off by, in general, so Council supports the consent to open the lagoon. The consent is expected to have a positive effect on infrastructure and ongoing public access when compared to not having any consent at all. But it won't necessarily eliminate all flood-related risks. Council requests that the road access be considered as a key part of the lagoon level management, as public generally have a right to travel unimpeded on public roads. In recent years, Council has spent in excess of $320,000 upgrading the bridge to retain access, with the latest work being completed in the first half of 2024. Submersion of infrastructure leads to increased costs, or accelerated asset deterioration, and restricts access to the public and public areas. As an example, I suppose the most recent closure, and it has been mentioned previously, lasts from the 17th of June 2024 until the 11th of October. So it's a third of the year, or effectively around a third of the year, that the road has been closed / bridge. Water levels at around circa the 2.3 metre level. The bridge deck is reached, and that prompts closure, but as well as the adjacent road infrastructure. The long-term lagoon water levels may affect or have an impact on the feasibility of replacing or retaining infrastructure, particularly the bridge and the adjacent road, and therefore impact on the ability for public to continue and adjacent landowners to continue access from the public road point of view. In the submission, we propose additional conditions around the opening of the water levels when exceedance of 2.3 metres, particularly when there's consecutive period of submersion, rather than, because as we saw with the most recent event, it can sit at a particular level, and then you have an exceptionally long period of time where the road remains closed, because it effectively sits in a no man's land in terms of hitting any trigger levels. Submersion around the structure, particularly the deck, or the bridge, I should say, softens the timber, resulting in wear, swelling, shrinkage, warping, etc., associated with the asset. And this repeated cycle of wet, dry, promotes rot, fungal growth, etc., on the structure, and therefore accelerates the deterioration. And as a result, structures need to be replaced or repaired on a more frequent basis, and subsequently result in increased cost to the ratepayers. The road itself being submerged also has an impact from a capacity point of view, and excessive damage that occurs to the road for extended periods of flooding. From a safety point of view, and we experienced it during the road closure, was water depth can't be gauged safely by drivers, particularly in murkier water, and may not necessarily be aware of what's occurring below the water. We've experienced that in various flood scenarios across the district, where people have, whether it may look benign, but actually there's no road left, as an example, from flooding. The same with the structure. While you can see the structure, the actual capacity of the structure, whether it's suitable or not, may not be known to the public. The other risk is, particularly when there's prolonged periods of closure, generates frustration, and the public start ignoring the road closures and therefore taking a risk. So that's increasing the risk, both the council and obviously the public, in utilising the infrastructure, particularly when there's prolonged period of closure. I'll leave it at that, but yeah, happy to take any questions.
Can I ask one thing straight off, just while it comes up? At what, what's the level at which the bridge is closed from, however that decision is made and what it's made against?
Yeah, so it's when the bridge effectively becomes submerged. The adjacent approaches become submerged slightly before that. So it's around that 2.3 metre level.
And then you send out contractors?
Contractors will go out, we'll put up road closure signs. Yeah, that's correct.
And then the part that, I know where the bridge is, but the part that's the public road, that Southland district, is that when you've made that from the bridge, how further along does that the public road go?
To the, I assume to the west. So once you've crossed the bridge and you're heading towards the the lookout point, the dock.
Yes,
Yeah.
so is it to the car park or is it?
Just shy of the car park. But there's an unformed road that continues along
Yes.
some of the track, but that's as far as we maintain. Present.
Thank you.
Kia ora. I just want to understand, how is the 2.3 for 14-day trigger chosen, and did it reflect the recent flood event?
Thank you. No, it doesn't reflect the recent flooding. It's recognising, I suppose, at different times of the year, whether it's winter or summer, how long that closure can, I suppose, how long the water is expected to remain at that level. And the ability, I suppose, to retain public access, or not considering what's beyond that. And that's, there's no scientific reason for the 14 days, but that allowed, I suppose, in our view, a reasonable time to consider impacts from increased, say, flooding or rain events, and how long, and the time of the year, how long that may take to potentially go down or not go down, as the case may be.
Thank you. Also in your evidence, you talked about what factors will determine a bridge replacement, and is knowing of ongoing submersion factored into that decision making?
So the factors looks at from an economic basis. So are we better off, as we did the last time, carrying out significant structural repairs to it or not? So it's an economic basis versus actually replacing the structure, because ultimately the structure will reach a point in time where it's no longer economically feasible to repair it, and you're better off starting over and building a new structure with a 100-year design life is our typical sort of design period. The concern, I suppose, is that why would you have it particularly with a 24, 25 metre length structure? You're investing the amount of money required to replace or upgrade that structure, when for a third or more of the structure, even if you did build the structure at a higher level, the adjacent roads are submerged, and therefore the structure is not utilised or can't be utilised because you can't actually reach it. So it's a combination of both the structure and the adjacent road being submerged. And so from an economics point of view, spending money on something that can't be used would be very hard to justify.
And that third or more, does that measure come from the emergency, the time period where there was no consent in place to open, and therefore if there was a consent in place with opening, would you therefore expect that third or more to lessen?
Correct. Yeah.
No. Nothing further from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Head. Thank you. So, next submitter we have is Mr. Welch.
Clearly
So
I'm not
you're going to be
Mr.
speaking on half.
Yes, he's
Mr.
given me
Welch's
something to read.
submission. Okay.
I'm sure if you have any questions, he'll be able to answer them via email, or he can
Yep,
get them
okay,
sent
yep.
to him.
Thank you.
All right, I'll read it verbatim. My name is N. Kenneth Welch. I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry and biochemistry and a postgraduate diplomas in both biochemistry and teaching. I have worked as an industrial water and wastewater chemist. I also served as a water quality officer for the Southland Regional Council for 11 years also. I have also tutored and been in charge of both diploma and bachelor's of environmental management programs at SIT for the last 18 years. I have been teaching senior chemistry and general science at Southland Boys High School, where I'm currently head of faculty. My first trip to Waituna was a 12-year-old fishing with my father and brother. I have been a regular visitor to the lake over the last 50 years in educational and recreational contexts. My daughter Annabelle Crack will read my submission. My submissions are in two parts, the original and the second part that was written in response to what I believe to be deficiencies in the responses for more detailed information from the applicant's team. The original submission mentioned farms' economic problems through lack of drainage outfall, which is deep nitrification, nitrate to nitrogen gases of pasture soils due to anaerobic conditions and activity, biological and chemical. In soils at field saturation levels for extended periods of times. This loss of plant available nitrogen would lead to reductions in pasture health and yields. Does this mean a greater application of nitrogenous fertilizers to meet the deficit? Who pays? No economic effect of proposals is given per affected landowner. Therefore, the assessment of environmental effects accompanying the application is deficient on this effect and neighbouring landowners. B, poor drainage outfall may force farmers to move stock for fear of exceeding grazing restrictions per regional plans. The risk and costs of this restriction on lawful land use have not been assessed. The former opening regimes enabled farming to occur in tributary catchments of Lake Waituna by providing drainage outfall, the former Southland Drainage Act, etc. Farm investment decisions, including purchase, were made on the ability to grow pasture and livestock around the lake. The risk of loss of earnings from stock and pasture and the loss of resale value from future saturated land are not commented on. Further, there is no suggestion of compensatory measures such as rates relief or further purchases of affected land to mitigate loss of return on investment. The second point he made was loss of terrestrial biodiversity and habitat through submersion. A, direct loss through drowning or periodic drowning. Each water level scenario fails to adequately look at the effects of drowning of various ecotones through the catchment and its tributaries. These areas represent the transition between neighbouring ecosystems, are most ecologically diverse parts of the catchment areas. B, water levels only talk in generic terms of effects and appear to treat all water levels the same. Moreover, genetically rare or unique species are not mentioned. The establishment of hydro periods over the last 100 years would be adversely affected, and so will the components of genetic, functional, and species diversity established over time, disruption of extant equilibrium. Indirect loss through rotting, drowned vegetation, and detritus. This could mean localized reductions in dissolved oxygen from biological decay of drowned organic matter. The applicants have failed to consider significant adverse effects on surrounding land users through inundation of their land through maintenance of Lake Waituna levels at higher levels. A, forcing land users to stay off land and reduce production, yet still be rated on productive land. B, alternatively operate farms unlawfully with respect to regional land use rules and national animal welfare considerations. Consent conditions cannot cause another party to break the law or extinguish the landowner's lawful property rights. 2, to consider the significant effects on surrounding or connected native wetland and terrestrial communities that will be subject to inundation for frequent or extended periods of time due to maintenance of higher lake levels. The drowning, extent, duration, frequency of surrounding ecosystems is foreseeable. These ecosystems will be lost to the adverse change in their hydro periods. What will be lost and to what extent? This basic information is required for certainty in decision-making with consent conditions. The absence of any detailed assessment means the consenting authority must take precautionary conservative approach. To consider the wetlands, both land and water have been significantly modified, and what exists now is a consequence of 100 years of regular opening and maintenance of lower lake regime. A number of experts witness advocate for restoration of wetland values through maintenance of higher lake levels. All tributaries to the lake are modified with unstable banks that are filling the lake with their sediment. A Applicants propose a big experiment to flood the lake and its land, but do not consider the increased sediment load arising from lake tributaries with increased water levels. Tributary bank erosion will increase, the lake sediment loading will increase. B, already the western end of the lake has a bed covered in eroded sediment. Unsurprisingly, the smothered bed area does not have the macrophyte abundance of the eastern lake. The applicants have failed to look at the risk of filling the lake with sediment through exacerbating the erosion of unstable tributary banks. In fact, this proposal may end rupia species as its benthic habitat becomes smothered and anoxic. For acquisition of lakes, Ramsar designation occurred when the regular openings and low lake level regime prevailed. It attained its status through the ability to attract and sustain its avian residents and visitors. It did this with modified tributaries and lower lake level management. This is the very equilibrium this big experiment seek to drown. Several expert witnesses propose restoration of wetland values through drowning of established healthy terrestrial ecosystems in and connected to Lake Waituna. They have been selected for over the last 100 years of lake management. The death of these selected communities, the ecosystem diversity and species diversity and the genetic diversity is not measured other than to say they will rot. What will be lost? B, the lake restoration preferences given by several of the experts do not have goals or targets. Are restoration goals to Ramsar designation conditions, pre-lake opening conditions, or pre-colonisation? Goals are not stated, and so the nebulous and perhaps driven by ideologies. If the wish is to wind back the clock, ignoring infill from lake through sedimentation from modified tributaries, the question is how far back? The uncertainty in the goals for the restoration is glaring and serious deficiency. This is a big science experiment and only guarantees employment for science agencies to monitor and investigate. How can any consent advance without certain quantifiable outcomes or targets? 5, the lake is a water impoundment. It's filling with sediment and requires excavation, regular flushing. Western sections of the lake hold less water by virtue of holding more sediment through tributary bank erosion. Is the use of gauge heights appropriate? Less water is needed to cause lake levels to increase as there is less space left for water. Lake water rises quicker than it used to. B, is the applicant confident that the use of gauge boards is significantly accurate and precise for the accurate and precise lake level management and will not imperil surrounding land? If gauge boards are not collaborated for the change in weather capacity in the lake, does this endanger lake management regimes? Relief sought, I ask that the higher lake water level regime and associated trigger levels be rejected. I ask that the lower lake levels maintained for the last 100 years or so be restored as consent conditions. That is range of 1.8 to 2 metres. My reasons: the failed experiment of high lake levels in 2024 resulted in drowning of adjoining ecosystems and farmland, tributary bank collapse and erosion, sediment smothering of lake bed communities adjacent to the tributaries, confluence from the lake, a shift in toxic anaerobic conditions around the sediment deposition. The lake lies at the bottom of modified farmland serviced by heavily modified tributaries. The lake itself is an artificial modified state. The lower water level regime maintained for the last century has selected for ecosystems that would survive in the imposed hydro periods. The imposition of higher lake regime may favour some communities, but many more will be displaced or rendered extinct. Recall the Ramsar designation of lake occurred when lower levels and more frequent openings prevailed, yet it was established to be a wetland of international importance. Finally, the lake is filling with tributary source sediment due to high water level associated with tributary bank collapse. I doubt the validity of the use of gauge boards for trigger level management is the freeboard of the lakes diminishing. A precautionary approach to increase lake water levels is therefore warranted. Thank you for the opportunity to submit IK Welsh.
I would have a copy of
Yes.
that, so if we could pass that to Ms. Onko and she could do that. Thanks very much for reading that. We're now going to adjourn for lunch on time for the first time in the last 2 days. And we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. We'll reconvene the hearing. Thank you. All right, Mr. Hayes.
Good afternoon. I can point you to my property. I'm a landowner as well on the map if you like. So me and my wife own this block here. Water on dock and adjacent to, on the corner to part of the trust land.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm really pleased to see how the process is working. It's a credit to you because I wasn't going to put in a submission for a starter. I did it at the 11th hour over the phone while my wife was typing because sometimes you think you're not going to get listened to and whatever you have to say isn't going to make a difference. But I'm pleased to see that people can have a say. I can see by your questioning of people that it's not just a rubber stamp. So I thank you for that. When I put in my submission, I was wondering how I could do it because from what I was reading, I needed some expert knowledge or witness. So what I put in was the things that meant something to me at the time and the things that I didn't need to be an expert witness in. And that's mainly at the time about access. I'm a beekeeper by trade now, and I have been a builder, and I've also been a third generation nurseryman. And we're quite passionate about the environment and everything we do. I've been involved down at the lagoon since 2014. I'm in a sort of a privileged position because the majority of all our farming as a farmer, I'm a beekeeper, I'm also as a farmer, which is a beekeeper, I do most of my farming on other people's land as a guest. So I'm privileged to know some of these people and have hives on some of their properties. And we couldn't run our business without them. It heartens me to see the community and everything the community has done over the years for the lagoon and for the environment in their own farms. You know, the unity within that group is just amazing. You know, it stands out. You know, I would be proud to have hives on just about any of their properties. But the main issue that I brought up originally was access, that I couldn't see how consent could be granted that didn't consider the rights of the public and the community to use roads and public bridges, etc. And in the submission on Monday by the people applying for it, they made a couple of points. Doc said that the track is used by an average of one person a day. I'd have to disagree with that because I'm pretty sure the numbers were taken during the COVID-19 times from what I was hearing. There is a lot of time when there's no one there at all, but at weekends and public holidays, there is a substantial number of people use the walking track. I'm not talking hundreds of cars, but half a dozen at a time. And particularly also along towards the beach, opposite Mo Wakewan's place. That area there often has fishermen and members of the public wanting to use the beach. During the past closures and high loads, none of that has been accessible. I was watching online the last 2 days, and there was a picture that wasn't pointed out what it was of that car park area further along opposite Murray's Place. And there was just for a starter, you could actually use half the car park, but there was no way getting to the beach. And then after that, as it got higher, there was barely even a turnaround space in the car park anymore. And to me, that's unacceptable. That people would seek a consent to deny the rest of the community access where they should have access. They should have taken that into consideration. They also, there was also mention that access to the road would be only for a few days. But you've heard plenty of testimony that last time it was 110 days closed, which isn't a couple of days. In my time in the area, I had no problems at all with what was happening in the past. I think the locals were doing the absolute best they could for the environment in their own time and with their own money. And I could see that from afar. And while that was happening, yes, there was a few times where I couldn't get access up Wacorn Road for, you know, a few days, 10 days at a time, which fine, I can work around that. But when we have closures like we did, I have the privilege of having hives on the trust land, and it was Mr. Wacorn's before that, and I've been there since 2014. Last year on the well, they call it the run block, which is where the woolshed is up Wacorn Road, 60% of all my hives died last spring because we were unable to get access to keep them alive, which, you know, no business can cope with such losses of income and stock, but totally beyond our control. It was interesting when Dean was talking on behalf of the trust about their income streams. What they say and what they're doing conflicts, because they're saying they want income from the grass, but they're happy for the road to be shut for so long and waterlogged ground that they can't cut grass. And also talking about honey income. I used to have 6 apiary sites on that farm. Now I only have 2. And as I've told them, one of them is just marginal at best. If this goes ahead, that property will never be suitable to run bees on again, because there will be no certainty of access unless someone gifted someone a hovercraft. And that's the extent of it, you know. And the average person on their own back can't justify that. Individuals and property owners cannot access free money to do what they want. They have to make economical sense of what needs to happen. The new bridge, from my understanding, was raised in height from the old bridge by approximately 300 millimetres. Yet within several months of it being put in, it was underneath water. Which to me, again, makes no sense. I attended a community meeting last year at the gun club, and Environment Southland chair was there, and one of their experts talking about the issues that were being faced in the high lake levels, and telling the community that they did have emergency powers to be able to open it, but they had to get everything to align. I made statements to them at that time, based on their information. They did have the right and they did have the reason to open it, but they chose, I said, they had the right, they had the mechanism, they didn't have the willpower to do it. And I said also at the meeting, the lagoon is not a mangrove forest. From my nurseryman's hat, I told them, if you leave that there any longer, native vegetation was going to die. But it was left. And we can see by the photos that were put up yesterday the result of it. And the same through the trust land on the Woolshed block. I'm bemused that they want to save the area, yet they're happy for all the native vegetation to die from drowning. I scratch my head and the two things don't add up. Also, based on the information that they want to raise the level above 2.5 and starting at 2.3, which is already above the bridge level, we can see by the latest opening, if the level is so high, it breaches such a big hole to get out to sea with an opening that it takes a very long time to close. And that, to me, doesn't make common sense. You're going from one extreme to the other, and just the power of that water causes so much, you could say, damage to the bar that the healing time takes so long. But we've had evidence from the locals how when it's been a controlled opening at a lower level, that environment and the bank has been able to heal within as little as 8 weeks. The last emergency opening, September last year, it's not even close to closing over again. And obviously with raising and lowering of such extremes of height, if they're saying 2.5 metres, compare with what it will be when it's opened, I don't see how that can be healthy for the rapier. It doesn't make any sense at all as a nurseryman. Particularly the thing that hasn't been mentioned is there's been plenty of mention of it being able to breed, throw seeds and seed pots, but no mention all about a seed bed in a nursery. To me, as a nurseryman, they're the most vulnerable areas. And saying that the adult plants can live for up to a month at that water level may be true, but what about the seedlings? Having just the adult population of any environment doesn't work. It's common sense to me. So as I said, I mentioned to them several times that what would happen if the water level was to remain high. We end up with a Manapori situation when we created a new lake. That native vegetation has been there for decades growing at that level. And even a couple hundred mils can have a significant effect on such low-lying areas. There has been areas on the trust land that I've had hires before that I've been very careful to look after native orchids and other vegetation. In the last 2 years, all that area has been flooded often enough that I don't know whether any of the plants survived. Our property itself is not highly affected by the raising of the lagoon. Activities of the trust has made a difference though, by making a new lake pond on that side of the road and blocking the drains, the ditch. Our drainage for half our property used to run towards the lagoon and now runs the other way towards the Mataura River because of the blockage. Once again, doesn't greatly affect us, but it has changed.
Is your property, does a stream run part of
No,
Karen's Creek or
creeks.
whatever?
We have creeks going right along here along the dock boundary and there's more through here, but the drain is down there and the new big pond is in here. And the ditch was covered in here.
So at those higher levels, there wouldn't be an effect.
Not a direct effect on our property because
And the
any
same
water
with-
coming back has been blocked because the ditch has been covered in.
Okay.
And now our drainage, instead of half the property running one way and half the other way, it now all just runs towards the Matara. So we can see by the photos being shown yesterday, the huge impact on the native vegetation. Plants like Manuka actually do not like wet feet. They die very readily. We've even seen cases of 40-year-old cabbage trees succumbing in the last 2 years. I don't see why that should be allowed to happen. It doesn't make any sense that people would want to sacrifice that native vegetation. I believe, although we couldn't get access to it because the road was shut, a large portion of the dock walking track would have been also at a state where it was unable to be used. And if you've ever, I don't suspect you took the time to maybe go to a lookout, but you didn't do any of the track. If you walk around the track itself, there's areas of high Manuka and low Manuka. The very low stuff is always in the very wet areas where it struggles to keep going. Which of course, in higher levels of water, particularly over more than a couple of weeks, just won't survive. As I said, this is not a mangrove swamp. None of these plants can breathe underneath water, just like I can't. I thought long and hard because obviously as just an individual, it's hard to put your head up for a number of reasons. One, you expect to be blown out of the water by experts. As a beekeeper, I'm well respected throughout the country. I've worked for MPI on multiple occasions, as well as Assure Quality, the management agent for the AFB board. I was a local hive inspector down here for 16 years, and I'm still currently the disease trainer for Southland. And the thing I find in common with most of these organisations, dealing with organisations is very hard to do and seldom works very well from my experience. Dealing with individuals is what makes a difference. I watched online the last 2 days and it was heartening to see the different people from the council and from Environment Southland and past DOC people who had that connection. It wasn't DOC that was the key people, it was those people with the community. And I find that the same. You know, I've been to Wellington several times. Sometimes they don't know how to take me because, as I say, the biggest problem with some of these outfits is too many people with PhDs and no practical experience. It is good to have that expertise, but you need people with local knowledge that have expertise that needs to be recognised. It saddens me to see what happened with the last consent. The community put large amounts of money and time into fixing the environment and managing the lagoon. And for the last consent application, $90,000 of their own money was spent trying to help the environment. Yet that was stopped by 2 or 3 organisations who weren't putting up their own money. They're putting up other people's money. It bemuses me that they did not approach the community and want to become involved with them rather than oppose what they were doing, which has worked very well for a long time. One of the submitters, I'm pretty sure on Monday, said the 2.2 level has been shown that it does not work. I think we've had plenty of evidence that would say that statement has got to be wrong. For a very long time, the lagoon has been managed in a way that has given very positive results for the environment. The same when it comes to length of consent. This is an untried organisation, untried grouping of people. So I cannot see if the consent was granted that any more than 5 years with maybe a 5+5 would be suitable. Had it been the last organisation that had a 5 year at a time and then a typo that became 15, now I would have no problem from seeing the results of what they've done on giving them a 10 years. However, so generally, the reason I said I supported the application is only because the lagoon needs to be managed. I do not in any way think that what has been proposed is best for the environment, for the lagoon, and for the local environment. I believe it would be very detrimental. Which brings us to a ponder. If it is declined, where to next? I believe what works best is as much local community involvement as possible, which we see in catchment groups. There was a suggestion by Environment Southland that the locals form a local catchment group. I said at that time, it makes little point for them to do all this work upstream and on their properties if they are not in charge of the critical bit at the bottom that makes all the difference. They could do all the good things that they've continued to do on farms, and that won't lead to a good income if the lagoon is not part of that catchment board, catchment area decisions. The problem with it is, if the locals who have shown that they're able to do it successfully and get huge environmental gains, tried again with their own money, again, they're likely to be stymied by bureaucracy and people not using their own money to stop it happening, which doesn't make any sense. If it can be seen that it's good for the environment, the other group should be involved in that decision, not opposing it. I think that covers what I think I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, sure. So the first question I have is trying to better understand what the problem is with, like, what is preventing you from reaching the hives? And is it the impassable roads, or is it the saturated paddocks or something else?
No, it's the flooded roads and bridges.
Okay.
Because if I haven't done it for years, but if need be, we can use a four-wheeler. You know, going with it, four-wheeler on a trailer. You know, means you're only working at 10% efficiency at the best. But it's doable. You know, in the spring, like we're a farmer like anybody else, and I need to be going around my stock just like a farmer needs to be going around his sheep at lambing time. If I can't do that, you know, that's a huge loss.
And I think you said 5 to 10 days is workable, but beyond that's
Yes.
difficult. Thank you. The next question is, so several submitters have challenged the trust submission, and particularly around how they get to choose to use their land or how they might want to use their land. And you said in particular, it's because it is publicly funded. Somehow there's been public grants or funding, therefore they, does that mean, is the argument that it changes your rights?
No, it is their land to do as what they wish. I just scratch my head over some of the decisions, and most of what's been done is by being given grants from somewhere else to do the work.
So is it the grant aspect that potentially influences your position that they should do certain things?
Individuals don't get grants very easily to do work they want to do. They do it because they're passionate and they use their own resources to make it happen. Where an organisation that relies on applying for grants right, left and centre, and then once they get the grant to be able to do the work, that's fine. And I have no problem with how the trust manages their land. It just, like I said, trying to protect the environment at the same time as flooding large portions of your native habitat, I've scratched my head.
Okay, so I think I'm following the logic of the argument,
Yeah.
that if you get grants, that it does somehow alter the right to decide what to do on your property. And then it takes me back to the grants that we heard about yesterday, which were other entities or businesses, commercial entities getting grants.
I'm not saying they can't get grants, like we're talking about flood protection, well, fixing creeks and doing all that. That's good. And I have no problem with people applying for grants. But when people are highly invested, it's their own money they're spending. That shows their commitment if they're spending their own money. Where a majority of the money being spent isn't their own money. It is once they've been gifted the money. If you get my reasoning.
Right. Okay. So
I don't have a problem with the trust. It's their land. They're able to do what they like.
Yeah. So I'm trying to really understand the logic here, because iwi money is not gifted money. So it's difficult for me to follow the logic of the argument.
Well, there's been several grants from TY Point, for example, for doing different works in other organisations.
Okay, I accept your position that getting grants means it lessens your rights.
I don't think it lessens their rights, but I'm just saying that there's a difference between locals putting $90,000 towards making a better outcome for the environment and organisations spending taxpayer money to stop that happening, which is what happened with the renewal of the last opening grant.
So it was leading me to the next question, trying to understand the basis of your position to lead me to the question that I've been asking everybody, which is, if we're unable to grant the conditions, grant the consent outside of the conditions of this application, then what is your view? And you did say that, but there was a part of it that I wasn't sure on.
Right.
And the part that I wasn't sure on is you said that there was a level of distrust, and it could be community, but not the three, not DOC and not Environment Southland and not people who use other people's money. And that is what I'm not quite.
Right. I think what I was meaning is, from my experience dealing with organisation, particularly more than one organisation at a time, gets very hard to do. you deal with individuals it works if you're dealing with individuals within that organisation, not dealing with the organisation itself.
Right.
So past examples where we've had people from working for Environment Southland or DOC, that in that role they become very involved in the community. That works very well. But, you know, for example, for me to be able to deal with DOC as far as hive placements, I can't talk to anybody local. I've got to do it via email with someone in Palmerston North. And all the rules have already been set that don't make any sense for a local environment or time frame on how we can do things with no discussion. And when decisions are being made from an upper level or in a place that does not fully understand the intent of what's been trying to be done, they meaningly are doing what they think is the best without the appropriate knowledge to make those decisions. I know several people from within DOC. Many of them are very, very passionate. But as they say, we get a budget put down every year on what we can spend what on. They say, well, they don't understand what needs to be done. We have to do creative accounting to reassign that money to where it needs to be. So there's a little disconnect.
Okay, but I think your position was don't grant this consent.
As it stands with the current levels, I would not support. We would be better without a consent than what is proposed.
Thank you.
And you know, if it was to be tried to look at again, you know, I don't know why they did not try and be involved in what was already happening and be part of that. And now the same, that if it's to move forward in any way, they need to re-engage the community. Because the community is what makes it happen. You would have heard time and time again, when decisions are being made or observations, they've never been made by any of these parties. It's always the locals. The locals are there all the time who see what's happening and report it.
Thank you.
It's not any of these groups.
I'm okay.
No. To summarise, I think access is really, from what you've told us in your presentation submission, it's access that's really the key.
Exactly. That comes back to Lagoon Heights. Basically, I have hives on several properties around the area. We have hives on 93 apiaries within Southland and South Otago, and we wintered 886 hives, normally running about 1,100. And one of our most important relationships is landowner relationships. I can't run my business without landowners.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes.
And obviously access where you need to get access on public roads, etc.
Thank you. Thanks
I
very much.
appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Van Gul. Good afternoon. Welcome back. Speaking to your own submission in this case. Yep. Excellent. Thank you.
You, Mr. Chair, Commissioners and others. My name is Raven Van Gul. Tony and I owned a farm in the Waituna catchment for 22 years and we sold it in 2022. Though we never lived in Southland, we were always passionate advocates for the catchment and the rural community. We fenced off a 5 metre wide riparian strip along the Jordan Creek, which feeds into the Waituna Creek, within 12 months of buying the farm, and continue to look to improve native areas, working with Environment Southland, DOC and the local Waituna Land Care Group, for which we were very grateful for their assistance. In 2012, we were successful in applying for a QE2 covenant for our native bush, known locally by some locals as Bay Bush, Category 1 flaxland and red tussock area, all of which were fully integrated. Approximately 75% of our farm drained into that flaxland. We are agriculturalists whose traditions and culture relate to the practice of agronomy. Rural communities also have this agriculture and its traditions. Things like red at night, shepherd's delight, red in the morning, shepherd's warning, and a haze around the moon means the rain is coming, etc., have been part of agriculture for centuries. 3 of my grandparents came from completely different European cultures where English was not their cultural languages. But these sayings were similar in all of them. And I'm sure that in Te Ao Māori, there are probably similar kind of things that they also look to. I wish Dean and his whānau all the best in rediscovering their Te Ao Māori knowledge. And as he said, there are people out there who can help them to learn. They can ask, and then they can then use their land to inform the ground truthing of it. I was a Dairy NZ dairy environment leader from 2013 until we sold the farm. I was the inaugural chair of the Southland Dairy Leaders Advisory Group, which was a subgroup of the region's dairy environment leaders, and chair of the Land Care Trust Catchment Forum, a 3-year project. That was an interesting position to hold because our catchment has never had a formal catchment group, and it was a question I was frequently asked. But the Waituna community had been doing environmental works for more than a decade before that started, and the community just comes together when they need to. Our farm was a Fonterra open gate farm for the 2 years in the initiative that ran in Southland. I'd just like to make a note to my submission that I referred to the Resource Management, Freshwater and Other Matters Amendment Bill. That actually came into force in October last year. And it excludes the hierarchy of obligations in the NPSFM from resource consenting while a review and replacement of the NPSFM is undertaken. My question to the commissioners, which you can answer later, is does this affect this application as the applicants state the application gives effect to Te Mana o Te Wai and puts the health of the lagoon first while also considering the social and economic needs within the proposed opening regime through a transitional approach? I questioned also how degraded the lagoon really is due to very good trout spawning and fishing results reported by Fish and Game. Unfortunately, the link to the waituna.org.nz website I put in my submission will not work as it has been taken down. But I stand by my comments, and I have found 2 further links which as of today are still live to support my comments. These come from the Fish and Game trout spawning surveys of 2023 and 2024, for which both years have, and this is a quote from them, both years have the average measured length was 450 millimetres, which was consistent with the long-term average, and the condition of the fish were very good. I have a link I can send you if you so wish. 2 of the applicants have a history of casting aside collaboration and potential historical knowledge that is held by the local community. They have refused to consider a joint application with the catchment community, despite the historical health and Maori of the lagoon, and the reaction of it to being open is best understood by some members of that catchment community. Any consultation these groups do appears to be for the sake of a tick box exercise. DOC is a government agency whose role in this application, I believe, is conflicted, as they acknowledge the conflict they have in voting on decisions at Whakamana Te Watuna Trust, where they sit as advisors only. Surely they have the same conflict as an applicant, whereas they could sit only as an advisor and abstain from voting. They would still have influence via the SAG. That then would leave iwi and ES and the independent chair and hopefully a catchment representative to decide when, where and why to open the lagoon. DOC is the administrator of Ramsar in New Zealand. Ramsar uses the term wise use in reference to wetlands. There are many different variations of implementation of that, but Ramsar, their definition of wise use of wetlands is the maintenance of their ecological character achieved through the implementation of ecosystem approaches within the context of sustainable development. Ramsar COP15 is currently taking place. The fourth strategic plan ran until this COP15. With regard to the writing of the fifth Ramsar strategic plan, when Ramsar COP14 convened in November 22 in Switzerland, it voted that it encourages the new working group to keep the goals of the fourth strategic plan in the fifth strategic plan to maintain consistency and continuity in reporting, and recognises the important role that stakeholders can play and the need to enable contributions, in particular of Indigenous peoples, youth, women and girls, local communities and the business sector in conserving, restoring and wisely using wetlands and providing solutions to global environmental, social and economic challenges. There is nothing in this application which provides any context for the social and economic challenges on the local catchment community. Therefore, in my opinion, DOC is failing to adhere to a strategic Ramsar guideline. Again, this raises the issue of conflict for DOC as an applicant. The New Zealand government has an obligation to carry out its obligations to international conventions it has signed up to. This also includes government agencies. Objective 2's reference of Te Haora tangata appears to only be considered in the context of Indigenous people. No consideration or genuine consultation has been given to the catchment community and wider community. The consultation re the communication plan was not really a choice for the applicants. I would like to see the applicants in relation to that plan be required to advise the catchment chair by email of any opening or closing notices. Not everyone subscribes to the Southland Times. In fact, the way the media beat up the Waituna community back in 2011, many Southland farmers no longer subscribe to the Southland Times. And posting a notice on the website of ES requires farmers to be checking it every day, otherwise how will they know? It is disappointing to see some expert witnesses still do not acknowledge the legacy issues of sediment nutrients and refer solely to farming as the reason for sediment and nutrients. I can only wonder at how wide their real understanding of the lagoon is. Currently, only expert witnesses who have proven qualifications and experience in the subject can be called experts. But I ask that the commissioners also consider the lived experience of the catchment community to be valid. Just how knowledgeable really are the applicants and their experts about what is really going on in the lagoon and catchment? You've heard Ewan this morning explain the complexities of just what you need to do to open the catchment, the lagoon. As a former farmer in the area, we always knew that when a dry summer was potentially forecast and came to be, our Category 1 wetland ponds would dry out and their surface would crack like crazy paving. So what are the plans of the applicants for this summer regarding opening expectations, given the long-range forecast for the area is potentially a dry summer? Or do they intend to be solely reactive? There was a summer while we were farming where DOC were relocating native fish due to water in creeks in the Waituna, reducing to levels that were a threat to their survival due to drought. Requires a lot of planning, and you've got to start thinking way ahead before things happen. Dr. Robertson's expert witness statement refers to the Niwa Vegetation Status Lagoon Summer 2025 report. Is rupia the correct target species to be the canary in the mine? The Niwa Vegetation Status report appears to clearly show that after the lagoon has been closed for 2 years, rupia falls off markedly. Is this due to a summer emergency opening being deemed necessary? Because there's more than one example of that, of it being closed for 2 years and then rupia falling off a cliff afterwards. I don't know, Ewan would be able to tell you whether they were done under emergency opening or whether they were done just as normal opening. I do not support the changes to the lagoon opening conditions as proposed by the applicants. While they are an improvement, the applicants are still willing to go higher than the 2.5 maximum level remembered by the TAG/SAG, because they do refer to 2.5 metres or higher. Okay, some of the things I would hope to see to be part of the conditions of the consent. Consent is for 5 years. Neither DOC nor iwi have managed the Waituna opening consent before and therefore have no proven experience of being able to do so. Their application is an experiment. ES usually issues 10-year consents for dairy farmers in the catchment and 5 years if they have concerns re environmental impact. And where I live up in Otago, you can't get a water consent for more than 6 years up there, and they are also moving to, or appear to be moving towards 10-year consents for things involving environmental conditions. A short initial consent will help understand the effects of the higher lagoon levels on the ecology of the area, local economy and cultural access to the area. It will also give time for the effects of climate change happening in the area to be monitored and reflect on how it may impact the operation of the opening consent. Also, there are likely to be changes in legislation made, and anything more than 5 years means that consent conditions could be in conflict with legislation. Though ES has the ability, I understand, to call in the consent, which they said, and this is what they did to farmers back in the catchment in 2011, 2012. They told them they were going to call all their consents in. Our consent in our case on the farm was expiring in 2012, so it didn't matter because we were already going through a reconsenting process.
So,
the applicants...
Sorry, so when you mean call it in, so can you...
They basically say they're calling them in and they'll no longer be valid. The Environment Southland might be able to give you a more legal definition of it, but they were retracting the consents, so you wouldn't have a consent. I don't know, you'd need to talk, because we never lived here. We were down here regularly, but we weren't here all the time. You'd need to touch base with Environment Southland on that. But it was a thing that they said.
They were going to review the consent, or they were...
Well, they would, I presume that was what they were going to do. As I said, we were in a different consenting situation, but call them in, and then, yeah, I imagine they would have been reviewing them to see if they were still fit for purpose, given what they believed was happening with the lagoon at the time. I have a feeling they didn't actually go through with it because of but there may have been some farmers where it happened.
So if it's not been gone through with, then we can probably leave it there. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
The applicant's aim, and that's the other thing that I would wonder about, that if Environment Southland has the ability to call in consents in a situation where if Environment Southland believed that the consent, that the opening should be happening, but others disagreed with it, would they still have the power as an applicant and therefore a holder of the consent to actually call that consent in and use emergency powers to open the lagoon if they really felt it needed doing?
I think we have asked similar sort of questions for that, and Mr. Duisberg's going to respond, and then Ms. Williams will probably we'll get that as the right, through the right line.
The applicant's aim is to restore the lagoon to its natural water levels, but how far back are they wanting to go? Centuries? Are they wanting to turn the lagoon and the catchment back to dystopian times? The catchment is a modified catchment which didn't exist when there were natural water levels. Therefore, consideration needs to be given to this fact, but appears to be ignored by the applicants. Some submitters have stated when Polly, Katrina and Sally were employed by the two of the applicants, relationships with those agencies were at an all-time high. That was around 14 years ago. This issue goes to show the difference that can happen to the relationships with staff and DOC and ES staff coming and going. It's a natural thing, but it can have serious impacts on relationships. There is no continuity of knowledge held then, nor continuity of relationships in the wider community. Applicants clearly set, and I'd like to see applicants clearly set out the process for deciding to open the lagoon and a time frame for how long they would expect it to be from notification of a potential need to open to diggers actually starting to open, and notify the local catchment community of the process and timeline. For example, ES was made aware in December 22 that the lagoon needed opening, but it was the end of January before they could get agreement and everything all lined up to actually get it opened. The high water limit I'd like to see for the opening of the lagoon is set at 2.3 metres at the time of opening. Not at the time the decision is made, but at the time of opening. This allows any delay in deciding to open and actually getting it opened for it to rise 0.2 to 2.5, which is the maximum recommendation from the SAG-TAG. However, 2.5 is negative on the social and economic effects on the catchment community. It is concerning to see 2.5 metres or above being used in various sections of the application. I'd like to see monitoring to include weather reports. A yearly summary of weather, could be seasonal, autumn, summer, winter, spring, and lagoon conditions at that time to be provided to the community. First report to be from the start of the consent to the end of February 2026, then seasonally thereafter. The report to be no later than 6 weeks after the end of the reporting period. The TAG report, is full of scientific data, but doesn't include what happened re weather conditions, such as was it a hotter than usual summer. And this is where I think there's so much disconnect between expert witnesses and what actually happens. Some of these things, as Ewan was referring to today, depends very much on weather conditions and sea conditions, and was the lagoon low, was the cyanobacteria because they were in a drought in a dry summer, or was it extremely wet? Currently, a lot of the historical opening information resides with local catchment farmers. With the local catchment community being sidelined by the applicants, it will be important to have this information as a matter of public record for all to have some context around the data and future record. Iwi may also find it helpful to understand some of their ancient cultural knowledge. A clearly defined process for how consent could be amended or altered. The application states this could happen, but the process isn't defined. A clearly defined process and timeline for the review of the consent starting no later than 2 years, 6 months into the consent. There has been talk of land devaluation. When we approached a real estate agent to list with, the first thing they said to us was, no one really wants to buy a farm in Waituna. There's a stigma attached to it. The only people who buy land there are those who are already in the catchment. And we kind of knew that before we even spoke to them. And we happily sold our farm to our shoe milkers who were already in the catchment. In July 2025, on the 29th of July, a couple of days ago, 2025, media outlet Stuff posted an article referring to the ES sale of 48 hectares near Waituna for $1 to the Whakamana Te Waituna Trust after having paid $650,000 for it. And I quote from that article, "A covenant was placed on the land after it was purchased, meaning it needed to be cared for in a way which improved biodiversity and fresh water. That covenant dropped the land's value from $650,000 to $250,000. And the council has also retained the right of refusal on the land, meaning it can repurchase it." And I've got a link to that article. Holding the water level at 2.5 metres will cause flooding and potential loss of profits to farmers in the catchment, especially those in the lower catchment. Iwi have stated that they aspire to own some of that land. By insisting on a 2.5 metre trigger level, the applicants, who are trustees on the Whakamana Te Waituna Trust, are potentially creating a financial benefit for themselves by the higher level devaluing the land of the farmers and enabling the trust to buy the land at a lower price than if the trigger level was 2.3 at the time of decision to open. That's it.
Thank you.
Oh, I'd also like to apologise to the commissioners because I'm on rural broadband and I sent the submission that you see there 3 times to ES, and every time I sent it, there's a bit of it dropping off. So it may appear at times to be, what on earth is this woman thinking? So I apologise for that.
Thank you. That's very clear. What you've done, you've raised some questions that I actually now wish to ask 42A officers. So I don't have anything directly for you.
Would you like a copy of this?
Yes, please. If you could send it.
It won't be until tonight.
Could you send it while you're in town rather than
someone else's internet?
No, if you could send it through to
yes,
Ms. whichever is the best way, and that we'll get that, and then they'll go on be put on the website with all the other documentation.
Yep, no, that's fine.
So, Commissioner Kai, do you have any questions?
Yep, I have a few questions. So the first question that I have is you talked about having the measure at the time of the lake opening. So I think you said 2.3 or whatever it is, 2.235
at the time
of the lake opening. And I wanted to know from a practical perspective, how would that actually work? Like, would everything be there and ready to go, and you just wait until 24 hours or 7 days? Like, how would that practically work?
I think it could be done. I do believe it can be done, because as Ewan says, when a lagoon looks like it's going to need to be opened, you have an idea, there's indicators, and some of those indicators come in quite early, so it's about pre-planning. And he was saying he was always in contact with the digger drivers to see where they were, so that if the lagoon needed to be opened, they knew exactly the time it would take for the diggers to get out there to get it open. And that's the level of preparation that I question seriously, not just the communication that we have with the applicants, that the applicants are going to actually be able to carry out. And so I think that if you set a maximum limit for when the actual diggers have to be there to be digging it, it's going to require them, it's going to force them to think proactively and not reactively about the lagoon.
Thank you. Now, another thing that you raised is specifically having communication to the catchment chair by email, and I wanted to know if you've seen the communication plan that's attached or proposed, and if that goes far enough. And it's
no, because my understanding is that only simply says that they'll notify it in a newspaper or put it on the ES website, and that's the last time I read it, that was what it said. But and this is why I don't understand why they can't reload it.
okay, right. There is, it might be updated, but it does say stakeholder emails, so a list did need to be created, so that's helpful to see. So if that is the case, if it is in this copy that I've got here, that part of the action plan says stakeholder email as needed, but particularly around opening decisions, and the list is to be created, would that then satisfy the communications?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Then the other question I had, so you have talked about it being an experiment, and particularly around DOC and iwi not having any experience in opening the lagoon, and I wanted to know, are you saying that specific, they have no experience in opening this lagoon, or are you saying they have no experience in opening lagoons in New Zealand?
This lagoon.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question is what I've been asking everybody else. If we're in the position that we have to grant this consent with only the conditions that have been proposed, then do you support this consent being granted or not? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Munro. Mr. Munro, it's just you.
Hi.
Yeah.
It is just me. I'd just like to give you a copy of something that we did at one stage.
Okay, thank you.
A beautiful lagoon, like maybe you've been down there and experienced it.
Are we able to hang on to that?
Yes, you
Okay.
can. Yep, no, that's fine.
I'm going to give it to Ms. Oko so that it can be copied and then put on the website so that everybody has access to it. Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks for the opportunity. I have to say I don't feel very qualified for this, but for all that, a bit of background, Ron and I have farmed in the Waituna catchment from the early 1980s. In 2001, the Waituna Land Care Group was formed, and we played an active part in that. The group held field days to promote good farm practices in the catchment and raise awareness of the values of the Waituna Lagoon and wetlands. We work with various agencies and universities to engage in studies being carried out in the lagoon, wetlands, and catchment, as well as encouraging the collation of all the information that had been gathered on the Waituna wetland to the early 2000s, and to assess where the research gaps were. The one study that the Land Care Group supported was a postgrad study of the substrate of Waituna Lagoon. That highlighted that the increased nutrient levels, especially phosphate, began with the land development work of the 1960s. Phosphate levels entering the lagoon now have reduced, according to the lava site. However, there will be resident phosphate in the bed of the lagoon. Nitrate levels have peaked higher in the winter since 2018, although they drop away through the summer months. However, do these higher levels lead to the algal blooms that we've been seeing? The past couple of years have reflected the danger of not opening the lagoon, while nutrient levels remain a problem. A winter opening is more likely to result in a closed lagoon over summer, which enables the rupia population to establish and reproduce. It seems that rupia seeds can lay dormant over a number of years, as despite times when the lagoon has been open through summer, several years in a row, it reappears within a season of being closed. In the technical report, it was stated that 2.5 metres is the maximum level for rupia to survive. The benefit of going beyond the 2.3 metre level before a winter opening has not been explained. The detriment of leaving the lagoon at such high levels for extended periods with loss of rushland vegetation around the lagoon edge seems to go against the goal of improving the Maori of this wetland. I have read of concerns about impact of digger travel along the beach on shorebirds. I remember with the Landcare groups organised Gord Road school trips to the wetlands for beach cleanups in the spring, it being pointed out to stay along the beach side as there were nesting birds on the lakeside, like the banded dotterel that you see there. So more important for them to have those lower lake levels. The beachfront is a very active environment with high seas frequent and not suitable for nesting. So the high lake levels would be to the detriment of those birds. Our weather has changed for the better in Southland generally. Our summers are warmer and drier, leading to higher water temperatures in the lagoon. To miss a winter opening to help flush some of those nutrients out seems to be playing Russian roulette with the summer state of the lagoon. Also, we are seeing more extremes. The spring snowfall of 2010 resulted in sheet flooding like we'd not seen before, causing severe erosion and loss of sediment to the lagoon. It was after this event that the first concern of the lagoon flipping was raised. The algal bloom of the 2024 summer was the next time we felt real concern for the state of the lagoon, which followed the lagoon being closed through the winter. This resulted in the lagoon being in the worst state in our time of connecting with it. Then we had the extreme wet of last spring, which followed on from a winter of high lake levels. The resulting opening of the lagoon late September meant the lake was open through the summer again, bringing poor results from the rupia study. The present regime and that proposed in the consent application does not reassure us that the lagoon will remain in a healthy state. We would ask for an annual winter opening when levels reach 2.3 between June and August, and that this should be the highest level the lagoon is allowed to. Also, that considering the unknowns of weather pattern changes and the ability to reduce nutrients in and entering the lagoon, that the length of the consent should only be 10 years maximum with a 5-year review. So, yep, that's my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just on your last bit there about the 10-year maximum with a 5-year review, are you referring to the internal 5-yearly review or what's called the consent authority, in this case Environment Southland, is in its regulatory role, and it currently says in there they could review it every year.
Right.
If
Yeah,
they can do it every year.
Yeah, I would say that should be done, yeah,
Thank you.
and publicly notified.
So yeah, there's a process for all of that, which would be outside first.
Right.
Mr. Boothroyd, do you know?
Yes, I do. My question is about, because much of your evidence does focus on the ecological values as you see it, and I wanted to know if you've looked at the Appendix 1 and 2, which are the triggers. Just tried to bring it up so I could precisely say what they were, but have you looked at those?
Yes.
And do you think that they are checking for everything that would be important from an ecological perspective, or do you think there's still some gaps?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember just what they are, but certainly I cannot, like I asked when we had the pre-hearing, what would the difference be between a 2.3 level and a 2.5 level? And we've not had, to me, ecologically, I don't think it would be any difference if they let it go at that lower level. So, yeah.
Right, it's
Yeah.
the level aspect, and for me, the question was the primary indicators.
Right.
So,
which is the rupia?
So there's the chlorophyll,
Yeah.
cyanobacteria, bottom water dissolved oxygen concentration, inclusive of new non-native species that are a significant biodiversity risk, and an interpretation about algae bloom. So they are the primary indicators, one.
Right.
Secondary indicators are where it's got a longer list where the rupia falls in, and macrophytes and algae and some fish and nitrogen.
Right.
So, but if you haven't looked into that.
Yeah, the birds, I mean, if you take bird habitat or whatever, which is an important part of that ecology, yeah, they're probably not covered there. And I think that's where the lower lake levels actually benefit them more.
Right.
So
birds are not here.
No.
There's been an insertion on a condition, a change in one of the conditions, which is including on an opening that they have to do an assessment of the bird habitat.
Right.
And have you had an opportunity to read that and see whether that improves? That's sorry. No, that's right.
Yeah.
Then the only other question is the same as that I've been asking all others, which is, if we were to grant consents and could only do so with the current conditions, then would you support this consent or not?
No, I wouldn't with it for the 20-year period and going up to 2.5.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got another question. In your submission, you referred to the values chart that was in the application.
Right.
And just in terms of I wanted to understand whether you thought the values chart, did the actual chart itself include everything that you thought it would or should in terms of how you expressed that part of your submission? I can give you the document to look at.
You mean what I wrote?
Sorry, I can give you that as well.
Right, yeah, I've got that here.
Okay, so you've got that as well.
Yeah.
So where you've got values chart, page 76, 77 of the application.
Yeah.
That's what I've got here.
Right.
So I can give this to Ms. Anoko to show you.
Right.
See whether in terms of the values chart, did it include everything? So
Yeah, probably my question with the values chart is they took that 2.5 metre level, which was the maximum for the rupia to actually survive. Would there be any difference if it was at 2.3? Does that not still fulfil their values chart? To me, it seemed to be a very randomly selected level. So that was probably, yeah, where I was coming from. Yeah. And I've never had a response as to whether that lower level would be just as adequate to fulfil the values. So the other thing too, I think a lot of those decisions were made, as was pointed out by the previous submitter. Our climate is changing, and I honestly wonder whether that has been taken into account.
thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the last submittal we have on our list before going to council's response in a regulatory role. Can I, given that we've just finished the submitters, and get, do you need a short adjournment to discuss anything before we move to hearing from yourselves?
Yes, sir. If we could just have 5 or 10 minutes to
Sure.
just talk about that.
Right.
Just one issue that's just
Yes,
arisen.
okay. So we we'll just make it a 15 minutes and you can get tea or coffee and we'll reconvene at 2:30. Thank you. Mr. Duberg and Ms. Trudovich. This is Annabelle, correct? Yep. Sorry. If Mr. Welch is coming in later.
After work, so.
After work, so that. Right. After 3, sure. If he's coming in, we do have 2 questions that we'd like to ask him. So if he was able to come in, but we might be some time. Yeah, that would be appreciative. Thank you. Thank you. Over to you. Who's going to go?
So
Yes.
I thought it might be helpful if I went first, given that I'm tasked with a little bit of homework on
Yes.
some legal issues. I've produced a written set of legal submissions, primarily because I'm sure your hands are already tired of writing, listening to people. I'm in your hands. I can take you through them, or just talk to the key points that asked me to highlight and leave you with them to refer to later. I'm conscious the latter will take longer, so I'm happy just to focus on on the high points of what you've asked me.
We prefer that you read them.
Yes.
Yep.
Great.
And you're happy for us to interrupt you?
Please,
Thank you.
encourage. Thank you. So, in paragraph 1, these submissions are presented on behalf of the Regional Council in its regulatory capacity as consent authority. And they address legal matters that have arisen during the hearing, and the purpose is to assist you, the panel, with your decision making. I've prepared these submissions and structured them to address the matters set out in paragraphs 2A through F, which is the scope of decision making on this application, the existing environment, the proposed opening locations and the related conditions, the effects on property values and compensation, the relevance of the council's functions under the Soil Conservation and Rivers Control Act, the SCRCA, and its functions for flood control works, and the ability for the council to use its emergency works powers if this application is declined. I also address, I haven't added there, but I address just 2 matters that came up in the presentation from Federated Farmers yesterday about the issue of wetland delineation and whether that's required. I'll just briefly address you on that. And also the status and the relevance of the Freshwater Management Unit National Objectives Framework process that is to come. So starting, and I'm at paragraph 3, starting on the issue of scope. Many submitters have sought a decision that the consent is granted, is only granted, authorising or requiring the opening of the lagoon at 2 or 2.2, or I think some people even sought lower, potentially down to 1.8. You've asked all legal counsel to address you on this, and the core of the question is there jurisdiction to make such a decision, or would that frustrate the application that's been advanced? Ms. Williams, for the applicant, submitted that authorising lower level openings would be beyond the intent of the application, and she argued that the previous resource consent enabled opening at 2.2 metres, which the applicants considered didn't work and they weren't pursuing. So essentially an argument that their application, their purpose for it would be frustrated. Ms. Cook-Monroe took the contrary position and argued that the request to open at a lower level was not a surprise and that such a condition could be imposed, and her legal submissions, which I received a copy of this morning, she told us yesterday that there was a case she referred to, and that case is Newbury, which is the commonly referred to case which just deals with the lawfulness and appropriateness of conditions generally, and stands for the proposition that a consent condition needs to be reasonable and for resource management and not an ulterior purpose in order to be imposed. In my submission, it is a well-established principle that conditions cannot frustrate the grant of a resource consent. And so I think there is some merit to the argument that's been advanced by the applicants. However, at paragraph 7 of my submissions, I think there's a more fundamental and clearer way to consider this jurisdictional issue. And that's that the scope of an activity that requires resource consent is confined by the terms of the application. And it's a clear principle that consent cannot be granted for more than was sought by an applicant. And in this case, the applicants have specifically pursued a resource consent to open the lagoon in accordance with the prescribed triggers that they've outlined in their application. And those triggers in my submission aren't merely a way of managing the effects of a broader or a less well-defined activity. They are fundamental to the application that's being advanced. They're critical to how the activity is constrained, and they were the central focus of the effects assessment that, of all of the reports that support the application. To grant consent to open at a lower level would be to grant the applicants greater access to the resource than they sought. They could take and divert more water from the lagoon, and possibly more frequently than they sought in their application. And a helpful way to conceptualise this is if this was a application for a consumptive take and use of water for a productive activity such as an irrigation scheme, and the applicant had applied for, say, 100,000 cubic metres of water and assessed their effects based on that. And then at the hearing, they came and they said, actually, we want 150,000 cubic metres, or even someone else submitted and said, actually, you should give them more, that's a good idea. It would be a no-brainer that just wouldn't be an available decision because it's fundamentally more than the application asked for.
The fact that we have submissions requesting that, that's been sought in the submission as to the application, that doesn't make a difference.
No, in my submission it doesn't. You're constrained by what the applicant has applied for and cannot grant more than that. So my submission to you is that the greatest extent of diversion that has been sought is at the level of 2.3 metres at the Waghorn Bridge gauging, at the identified location, and that's the upper limit of this activity. So that's the high tide mark, if you will, and that's probably a poor analogy, but so that's the high tide mark. My submission is you have scope to play around or to modify, if you're satisfied based on the evidence, the timing of the thresholds and the term of the consent. So you're not bound to either grant the exact timing and thresholds that the applicants have sought or decline. But my submission is you cannot grant a consent that enables or requires opening below 2.3.
So my question would be, so taking that into account, we have scope to go, so the applicants have asked for 2.3 and 2.4 for 10 years, and then at year 10 it's 2.5, so we could go 10 years, this part of the regime.
Yes, yeah, I would see the 2.3 as a bookend, and you with your discretion to grant this application could, for instance, say, you know what, it's a 10-year term, 2.3 the whole time. I think that's an available decision to you because that's not granting more than the scope of the application as a whole sort. Or yeah, so.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
So yes, so that's how I see that scope issue, and on the issue of scope more broadly, presentations by a number of submitters have expressed concerns about the management of the Waituna catchment and the lagoon generally, and that is understandable given the integrated nature of those matters and a strong and appropriate desire to achieve integrated management. And this submission might be trite to experienced commissioners like yourselves, but the scope of your function is limited to considering and determining this resource consent application before you. You are not required to and don't have the power to attempt to solve those bigger and broader issues. Naturally, you may make comments in your decision related to those matters, if you wish to, but the broader issues to solve for this catchment and the lagoon generally are beyond the scope of this hearing. And as we'll talk about at the end, there are forthcoming planning processes that might and hopefully will one day happen when councils are allowed to do freshwater planning again, that will have to be used to address those, as well as ongoing and, of course, meritorious actions by farmers and the catchment, the people in the catchment. So turning now to existing environment, and this is a very, I think, important issue for this application, given how the conceptualization of the environment will drive your assessment of the actual effects of this activity and what they are. And so in paragraph 11, under the RMA, you are required to consider the adverse effects of the proposal on the environment. And that is a legal construct. That is the environment as it is today, and as it may be modified by permitted activities or resource consents that have been obtained and are likely to be implemented. And that's the orthodox description that's trotted out all the time from Hawthorne. The existing environment does not include resource consents that have been expired or are about to expire and are trying to be replaced. And it doesn't include unlawful activities. And again, those are orthodox principles from the Ngāti case, and Schofield's an example of the Environment Court being very clear that the existing environment doesn't include unlawful activities. At 12, I say what I've said before, the application of the environment is critical, and the nature of scale of effects of this activity will depend on how you conceptualize the environment. Many submitters have conceptualized or approached the environment as if it includes the ability to open the lagoon at levels that it had previously been opened at 1.8 or 2 or 2.2 metres. And they've approached the effects of this application as if it is to increase that level from that historic level to now a 2.3 through to a 2.5. And while that's completely understandable, given the long history of management of this lagoon by the community, it is incorrect. No resource consent is currently held to open the lagoon, nor is that activity authorised by a rule in a plan, a national environmental standard, or by other regulations. The existing environment is a catchment that terminates at a lagoon, which cannot be lawfully opened at any level, other than in accordance with emergency works powers, which we'll touch on at the end. This has important consequences for the submissions that argue that there will be unacceptable adverse effects from impeding drainage or reducing nutrient flushing or drowning vegetation. Those adverse effects are already effects that are in the environment. Now, Ms. Cook-Monroe initially took a position to describe that conceptualization of the environment as being, technically correct, but sought to impose what she described as a real-world lens, taking into account the history of this catchment. But following questions from the panel, she appeared to accept that technically correct was legally correct, and accept that the existing environment is as I've described it in these submissions. And that Hawthorne and Ngāti and other cases are binding on this panel. So, proposed opening locations. The applicants have structured the application to seek authorisation to open at Walkers Bay with identified coordinates, or at an alternative location anywhere along the coast adjoining the lagoon, provided that a risk assessment is undertaken in accordance with the conditions. And you've queried whether that approach is lawful, including whether it is an unlawful delegation of decision-making that defers an assessment of effects to a later date. So, firstly, in my submission, it is sufficiently clear from the application that the applicants intended or did seek such a wide authorisation. The breadth of alternative opening locations is described at a number of places in the proposal section of the application, and I've footnoted the references that I could find there. So the first point is I think it's clear that they asked for that, in order for that to be approved, there needs to be sufficient information to understand the effects of those opening at those locations, as well as, if there is a condition that requires a risk assessment, that condition needs to be lawful. In terms of the assessment of effects, naturally that's a matter for you to make a judgment on as the fact finder in this case, as the hearings panel. In my submission, an important consideration is that the applicants are not seeking land use consents under section 9.3. They rely on the DOC powers under section 4 of the Resource Management Act to do so. So an assessment of the effects of disturbing land in those alternative locations in my submission is not required. So what we're talking about is the effects of the disturbance of the bed of the lagoon and of disturbance of the coastal marine area, and of the diversion of water and the discharge of that water at potential different locations along the coast. And my submission is that it is open to you, given the limited nature of that, or the more limited nature of that assessment, than if land use consents were also required, to conclude that those effects would be the same or similar as the Walker's Bay location. But I'm not making a submission to you on the factual decision you can make. I'm just saying I think that you can make that inference.
Is there anything particular around the nature of a discharge permit that might influence that in terms of discharges potentially being
to different parts of
different parts? Yeah. And there would, I thought that if they're digging along the lagoon, along the barrier, there are some parts of that that are
much thinner,
that are much further away, and the discharge might be to land that might enter water. It might be a discharge to land. I'm trying to understand whether that might be covered or not, given that it's supposed to be any alternative location across the entire.
Conceptually, yes, there may be differences in terms of the discharge transiting the gravel bar in terms of different effects, but and that ultimately is an evidential question that I can't make a submission from the bar on. I would say that you, as a matter of logic, you could make the finding that you don't have information on that. So in terms of the reservation of discretion, a condition can leave certification to a delegate using that person's skill and experience, but it can't delegate the making of a substantive decision. I think that's a quite well-established and well-understood principle from Turner and Allison, the leading case. And the best way that distinction has been expressed, that I've been able to find that makes it easy to apply, is where it is a certification that something achieves an outcome, it's permissible. Where it is an arbitration, requiring a judgment or a decision of whether something is acceptable, it is impermissible. The opening location condition in my submission is unclear and it could be improved. From the application and the framing of the condition, my understanding of it is that it intends to be targeted at requiring certification that an alternative location is as effective and has the same or similar effects as the Walker's Bay location. So I think, or at least from my read of the application and the condition, I think it is intending to be seeking certification that the alternative location has the same characteristics as the Walker's Bay location in terms of being effective at resulting in a successful opening, not having impacts that aren't anticipated, but it could also be read the way it is framed as contemplating a full effects assessment. So I think it's a problematic condition that the applicants will need to clarify.
You might have heard the other day that we were thinking about getting the planners to conference and fix up some of the issues that we've already identified in the conditions. It might be that that's one until we hear from the applicant that might not be.
Yes,
to have that sorted.
I think this condition is one that's on
rather
that
than
list. Yeah.
Have
so Ms.
Just complicated things, of course.
It has,
Yep.
and Ms. Patricevich is of course willing and happy to participate in that conferencing and look to work with the other planners to improve those conditions. And I say at 23, and not to suggest to the applicants what they should do, but if they continue to seek the level of flexibility that that condition seems to provide, it should be revisited to identify what it's actually intended to do and make sure it is characterised as something that can be certified and what the standards are being certified. Or perhaps they might like to identify just the opening locations where they might actually practically undertake the activity. But that's a matter for the applicant, not for me.
Thank you.
So the issue of property values and compensation, this is the matter you requested submissions on. It is again a well-established principle that the effects on land and property values are not of themselves a relevant consideration, and that's because they're generally thought of as a proxy for other adverse environmental effects, generally amenity effects in the way we deal with property values. And the City Rail Link decision that I've quoted from there sets that out quite neatly, not themselves a relevant consideration, and where they occur, they're a measure of other effects. And if property values are reduced, the actual correct way to deal with those effects is to directly address the effects rather than to look at a market response of trying to provide compensation. We're looking, well, yeah, before I get onto that, there are other difficulties with assessing or trying to deal with effects on property values, and there is inherent difficulty with valuation evidence, and that it can be subjective and depend on the inputs as to the outputs you get. Not that there is any such evidence before this panel from valuers as to the actual devaluation of property values here, apart from, I think the best example was the piece of land that when it was subject to a covenant dropped from being $650,000 to $250,000. But I think that's about the only direct evidence we've had on diminution of property values that's been quantified. And of course, the other issue is if we seek to manage the adverse environmental effects and then seek to manage effects on property values, we're double counting. We're trying to manage the effects twice. In terms of compensation, since 1995, case law has recognised that the RMA is concerned with the management of effects to achieve sustainable management, not with the assessment of compensation to affected parties. And the most recent cases that have actually had to deal with an express request from an affected person for compensation from a resource consent application, the court looked at the RMA and concluded that the only ability for it to impose conditions requiring a financial payment where they're not offered by an applicant is the financial contributions provisions in the RMA, which can only be imposed in limited circumstances. And importantly, they must be provided for by a rule and a plan before a financial contribution can be imposed. And so the court, and it was the Environment Court, I think it was Judge Jackson, and this is a Queenstown case from 2017, concluded that he did not have jurisdiction to impose conditions requiring the applicant to provide compensation to affected persons. More generally, to impose a condition, you need to meet the requirements of section 108 AA and the Newbury test that we talked about earlier. And in my submission, a condition requiring payment of compensation to landowners is unlikely to satisfy those requirements in this case, particularly in the context of what I've said earlier about the environment and what the effects on the environment in this case are. If the applicant wishes to volunteer a compensation condition, well, it could do so on an OGIA basis, a condition volunteered by the applicant, which you could take into account in processing, in making your decision, but you wouldn't then be able to impose your own higher compensation condition or a different compensation condition. So the council's functions and the SCRCA, Federated Farmers, I think most of this stems from Federated Farmers evidence and legal submissions. And as I understand it, its argument is that Environment Southland's functions under the RMA, the Soil Conservation Rivers Control Act, and the LGA mean that greater consideration should be given in this case to effects on flood control works. And respectfully, it's a novel argument, and I think it's a red herring in this case. Firstly, the council has a range of statutory functions and powers, but this application isn't an inquiry into the performance of those functions and how Environment Southland is doing. Section 104(1)(c) does allow you to take into account any other matter that you consider relevant and reasonably necessary to determine the application, but it's difficult to see how you making a finding on how the council has performed its other RMA, SCRCA, and Local Government Act functions would have a bearing on on your decision on the application. And if it were otherwise, it would have pretty significant issues in terms of the rule of law, because the applicants would be held to a higher standard than if Environment Southland wasn't a co-applicant. So we would move away from assessing the adverse effects of this activity on the environment, having regard to the objectives and policies and all other relevant matters, to putting an additional gloss that just isn't there in the Resource Management Act. Furthermore, and I'm at paragraph 35, the council's functions and powers under other legislation remain regardless of your decision on this application, so that the council is still bound to undertake all of its other functions and powers in accordance with other legislation. And it's very clear from section 23(1) of the Resource Management Act, which says that compliance with it does not remove the need to comply with all other laws. Federated Farmers' argument relies on a finding that the Waituna Lagoon itself is flood control works or part of flood control works. And I saw the email today from Ms. Cook-Monroe that she hasn't been able to find any documentary basis for saying that the lagoon forms part of a flood control scheme. The maps associated with the flood control and drainage management bylaw include the Waituna Creek as part of the drainage network, but they do not go on to include the lagoon. Ms. Cook-Monroe's email refers to policy 34 of the Southland Water and Land Plan as suggesting that wetlands can assist with flood control, and I've quoted that there for you. But the important point is that that policy is a general statement of the functions that wetlands can provide. You can't take that as saying that all wetlands in the Southland region are flood control works. That's just not what it says.
The policy is a recognition policy.
It is. It's a recognition policy. It's a policy that, that's right, recognise the importance of wetlands and Indigenous biodiversity, including the potential to do these things. It's water quality, offset river flows, and assist with flood control. So it's certainly not a policy that assigns a legal status to wetlands beyond being wetlands. At 38, Federated Farmers have argued that the historic treatment of the lagoon, including Environment Southland's use of emergency works powers, indicate that the lagoon is flood control infrastructure. And it's an argument that's developed principally in Ms. Sarazano's evidence in some detail. In my submission, I think that indicates that the opposite is true. If the lagoon were flood control infrastructure or flood control works, and by virtue of that, significant infrastructure as recognised in the regional policy statement and planning documents, it would be a very strange situation indeed that the council was only managing that infrastructure using emergency works powers under section 330 of the Resource Management Act. And so finally, in terms of actual effects on flood control works, that is something that you are entitled to consider in your assessment of this application as adverse effects on infrastructure, which includes flood control works. However, that does again need to be considered in the context of the existing environment, as outlined above.
And can I just ask a question on that? Because that's essentially what you said back for the property values, when you're telling us it's because you have to assess it against the existing environment. If we go to the property values part, which is paragraph 30, am I right in that it is I'm just testing that I've understood your submission is the natural environment is one where there's no lake opening consent and it floods. And therefore the property value, if we had valuation evidence that says flooded land equals a lower value, then by draining it means the value percentage goes up, not down. That's what you mean by the valuation.
Yes, that's right.
And
And so same concept here. The creek, Waituna Creek, which is the only one of the three creeks or streams we've been talking about that is a drainage network and therefore infrastructure. With a lagoon that cannot be opened, its levels will increase and it will drain less effectively. But the actual effect of this activity is to enable the lagoon's levels to be reduced, which will enable better drainage of that infrastructure, better function of that infrastructure.
Thank you.
And then just around this issue out, the question was asked on the first day whether there were any authorisations or approvals required under the SCRCA or the bylaw, and none are. And even if they were, that would be a separate matter for the applicants, separate from this resource consent application. Getting a resource consent doesn't absolve you of the need to get any other authorisations or approvals that are required. The emergency works powers. So if consent's declined, could emergency works powers be used in the future to enable opening of the lagoon? And I think the concern is that issue that the lagoon may fill up, may flood, may have other adverse effects would be an entirely foreseeable effect, and therefore are emergency works powers available. I've set out for you section 330, which sets out the core test for emergency works. And essentially, for Environment Southland in this context, the way the test works is where a natural or physical resources that it has jurisdiction over, which includes water bodies, including wetlands, under section 30 of the RMA, is in the opinion of the council affected or likely to be affected by an adverse effect that needs to be immediately prevented, or an adverse effect that requires immediate remediation, or a sudden event that's likely to cause loss of life, injury, or serious damage to property. The restrictions in the RMA do not apply to stop the authority from fixing it, essentially. So if those three tests are met, the council can use its emergency works powers. Section 1A, I think, addresses the issue that you're concerned about, which specifies that those powers apply whether or not the adverse effect or sudden event were foreseeable. And that section was added in 2005 in response to a case which I've quoted from there as well, where the Environment Court had to deal with that argument and said, yes, there's been an emergency or a sudden event, but you should have seen it coming. You can't now use your emergency works powers. The Environment Court found that in that case, I think it was Auckland Council could use its emergency works powers, but the Act was tidied up to make sure that that would be a problem again. And so the short point is, if this consent is declined, it is foreseeable, it is indeed likely that there will be heavy rain events and there will be nutrient load coming down the catchment that both creates risk to property and life from flooding and creates risk of adverse environmental effects that may require immediate preventative or remedial measures. We can foresee that, but if this consent is declined, the council does remain able to use its Section 330 powers. Practically, a number of submitters raised the point that those powers have in the past taken a bit of time to get underway to use them. And I can't speak to that evidentially, but I think that's understandable when you see the fact that there is a legal test that needs to be met and that the council needs to be satisfied that those requirements in Section 330 have been achieved. And the consequence of not getting that test right is the potential for legal challenge by way of judicial review, of course. But if that test isn't satisfactorily met, the council would be doing unlawful works and would need to investigate and potentially take enforcement action or prosecute itself. So it is a matter that my submission is relying solely on Section 330 powers to manage this lagoon in the future is probably not an efficient or an effective way to do so. And then just finally, and as briefly as I can, yes, of course, yeah. Oh, thank you. So just very briefly on those other two matters I mentioned, wetland delineation, you had some discussion and engagement with Ms. Sarazano yesterday, and it is a matter that's raised in her evidence. I think she is saying that because the extent of wetland in this case hasn't been fully delineated, there's some uncertainty about what's wetland and what's not. And the first point is wetland delineation following the delineation protocol is only required by the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management when the council is doing its mapping function, where there's a dispute or disagreement in its mapping capacity, which it only has to do within 10 years of the NPSFM 2020 taking effect. So by 2030, that hasn't happened yet. So the delineation, the idea that there's a requirement for delineation to have occurred, I don't think is correct under the NPS.
So the plans that are in the back of the
Southland Water and Land Plan?
Yep, the plan.
Yes,
those plans were not.
No, they were
created by the council in terms of meeting.
No, they were.
Sorry, I don't know the dates.
No, they were produced as part of the proposed Southland Water and Land Plan process, which was notified under the NPSFM 2014. So predating 2020 NPSFM. Yep. So the
I saw it just says.
Yeah,
year is the time that the plan became operative. So I assumed that it had might have been addressed during that period.
No, the wetland mapping occurred much earlier and wasn't, I don't think was under appeal to the extent that it was revisited applying the provisions of the NPSFM 2020 or the definition of natural and land wetland, which of course has changed about 3 times since the NPSFM 2020 was promulgated. So my submission is the correct approach is to apply the definition of natural inland wetland from the NPSFM 2020, which uses the Resource Management Act's definition with some exceptions. But I actually, in my submission, it's not clear to me what the issue that evidence is getting at. The application has been advanced on the basis, conservatively, that the entire lagoon is a wetland, and resource consents have been sought accordingly under the national environmental standards. If it were the other way, and the application was framed on the basis that it was not a wetland, just assume that it's not, I can understand the argument. But where a more conservative approach and a more careful effects assessment is undertaken because a wetland is assumed, I fail to see how that uncertainty is anything but a conservative and appropriate approach. I think, just looking even at the photo, it's clear that at least some of this environment is an area that is temporarily or permanently wet and provides habitat to vegetation and animals that are adapted to wet conditions, and is not pasture. Yes. So the FMU process. Arguments have been advanced that this application should either be declined or granted for a very short term pending the outcomes and limits that will be set for the Waituna Freshwater Management Unit. In terms of where that process is at, the FMU process, it was being advanced through a plan change, and as all councils were being very good to try and produce freshwater planning documents by the end of 2023, as they were previously required to do. But that was all put on hold by the Resource Management, Freshwater and Other Matters Amendment Act. Councils are not allowed to notify freshwater plans until after 31 December this year, but the government has recently announced that it's to be extended for another 2 years to December 2027. It hasn't passed into law yet, but it's coming down the pipeline. So the Freshwater Management Unit process and the National Objectives Framework process that the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management requires has not been advanced, and it, unfortunately, on behalf of the council, I can't give you a time frame for when that's going to happen. It would be an exercise in speculation. So my submission is
central government looking at changing the RMA.
Well, that's right.
Altogether. So
that's right. And freshwater reform remains one of those thorny issues that is forever on the government agenda and kind of never at rest. So the best I can say is TBC. But my submission to you is, however, the Freshwater Management Unit or future freshwater planning process will in fact be the process that drives the consideration and amendment to resource consents rather than the other way around. This resource consents conditions provide that they may be reviewed when a new plan is promulgated, and the same power exists in Section 128 of the Resource Management Act. And so my submission is that it's certainly not that there is a future planning process coming at an undefined date is certainly not a reason to decline this consent. And naturally, I think that's probably a conclusion that a number of people that will need water and other permits relating to activities that may affect freshwater would be quite concerned if you made a finding that this consent needed to be declined.
For that reason, yes. Yeah.
So that's what I've covered, and I hope I've answered the questions that you tasked me with, but I am happy to answer any others that you have. You had one issue just before adjournment to clear up. Is that something additional that you want? Ms. Petrusevich will address it in detail. It's the relevance of the hierarchy of obligations in the National Policy Statement on Freshwater Management in light of the recent amendment that excludes consideration of that. And I think it's primarily a planning merits argument. But what I can say is that section 104(2) capital F does bind you in relation to this decision, which says you can't have regard to certain provisions of the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, which provide for the hierarchy of obligations, the freshwater body first, then, So, but Ms. Petricevic will address you on what that means in her planning view.
Thank you, Mr. Deswick. I don't have any more questions, but
Yes,
Mr.
if I may. Thank you for that. If I can just turn to the findings of paragraph 15 under the existing environment, I just want to make sure I understand that fully. And I do understand that 15. Sorry, yes. Those effects are in the environment and not a consequence of the application. But just understanding that the application for changes in the level and the openings and the adverse effects of the consequences of that on the lagoon are part of our consideration.
Yes, they are. So the effects of reducing the level of the lagoon to open it, the effects of allowing infiltration of salt water into the lagoon when it's opened, the effects of disturbing the bed of the lagoon, and the associated effects on fringing wetlands and other ecology are all matters within your are all effects of this activity on the environment.
And only in the lagoon, not elsewhere in the catchment.
I wouldn't limit them to the lagoon, but it's the environment is a full bathtub. The effect is lowering the bathtub. It's not, the effect is not it's the reduction is the effect, yes.
Okay.
I have a follow up on that. So I just want to make it really clear that if we were to say 2.4, the fact that it's not 2.2, and let's say between 2.2 and 2.4, by holding it at 2.4, it might cause more erosion. By holding it at 2.4, it might cause more sediment and nutrient load to enter the lake by holding it at that level. Can we take that effect into account, or can we only take into account the effect of lowering?
If you were to compare, I think you could compare the effects of 2.2 to 2.4, but that would be comparing the relative adverse effect of lowering and the benefit, the positive effect of having reduced stream bank erosion at a lower level. So the way I would conceptualize that is that if the erosion example at 2.2, a benefit, I mean, maybe we should talk about 2.2, but at a lower level, a benefit is that stream bank erosion would be reduced compared to a higher level where having additional water in the streams is, on the evidence presented to you, appearing to cause greater sedimentation. So that would be a positive effect, an increased positive effect or a different positive effect of a lower level, if that makes sense.
Oh, I'm going to have to do some maths and get it straight in my head. Yeah, okay. I'll watch this back.
If I can just follow up, the point is that we can take that into consideration. That's not sitting as an existing environment as you found in paragraph 15. It's a consequence of the application.
Yes, that's right.
That's the main thing.
And that's perhaps the way to put it, is that in the existing environment, there is erosion occurring because water levels are high and that's resulting in stream bank erosion. A benefit of this application is at 2.4, that is reduced by a proportion. At 2.3 or 2.2, that's reduced more. That is a benefit that you can take into account.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any others.
No, no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Dewsbury, could you just go back to that point that you said that I thought that the applicant might like to address us on, and I said that was going to make things complicated and
Yes, the opening.
as to whatever the next steps are going to be in terms of where.
Yes.
Could you take me back to that point, please?
So that I was addressing you, sir, on the opening locations and the risk assessment, and it was around paragraphs 22 through 24 that we were discussing it, and I had made the submission to you that that the condition on space was unclear, and that the applicants may wish to revisit it. And if it helps you, sir, and the process is of course yours to control, but we have time between now and mid-August when Dr. Robertson will be presenting his evidence. And then at some point, presumably after that, the applicant will be providing a submissions and reply. If the planners were to engage and work on the conditions in that interim period, provide, and conference and provide those to the panel, and then the applicant can do their closing. I think that sequence of events will at least enable the applicant to see where the other planners are at.
So my concern with that is that the planners have conferenced on conditions and that kind of thing without knowing whether they might come up with their own version of whatever the condition would be, but it's not what's been applied for. We haven't heard from the applicant in relation to that matter, rather than potentially leaving it right till the end, to the ROR, to find out what that would be. So while we question Ms. Trevor, it's you, I'll let everybody else think about how we might do that and tell us at the end of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
You've probably got some matters that you want to tell us about that were raised, that came up during the hearing, specifically things that we might have asked you to respond to or you were going to choose to respond to. And can I suggest that we go through those first and then...
I've structured my response and discussion to, basically just jump straight into what I think are the key issues that have been raised. And last of those are consent conditions.
Let's leave consent conditions to last, given everybody's previous performances, including ours. And then, having done that, we'll then, some of the questions that I've got structured refer to your report, even though a lot has occurred since you drafted that. But we'll go through and make sure that we've covered all of those off. So
I've kept it pretty brief, knowing that, there'll probably be a few questions that we can run through.
And when you're finished speaking, is it all written out in a form?
It is, and I'll send it to you.
Okay, that would be helpful. Thank you. So over to you.
All right. Obviously, my name is Danielle Petrusevic, and I'm employed by SLI Consulting as a principal planner and have been contracted by the Southland Regional Council in the regulatory function to process the consent application. And I'm the author of the 42A report. Since my 42A report was prepared, I've also participated in expert conferencing of the planners, being Ms. Thorne and Ms. Sinazaro and myself, and I can confirm that the conferencing has not altered my views on the application. I've reviewed the evidence submitted by the applicant and submitters and have been present during the hearing.
Could you speak up, please?
Sure, sorry. Taking note of any verbal evidence and questions. The key issues raised in evidence in the hearing and my response. So first key issue is effective implementation of the consent being by joint applicants. I acknowledge the concerns of submitters, however, I don't think that the makeup of the applicant and potentially consent holder is a relevant consideration for the panel. Existing environment, so what this is, Federated Farmers Legal Counsel and planning expert have now confirmed that the existing environment relied upon in the application and 42A report are legally and technically correct. This is therefore an environment with no consent in place and subsequently no ability to open the lagoon unless Section 330 powers were used. The application is therefore for the opening of the lagoon and subsequent reduction in water levels within the lagoon, and only the effects of that activity can be considered. Triggers and values within the consent. The majority of submitters in opposition seek a lower water level trigger than of 2.2 to 2.3 metres. The primary purpose of the requested level in the application is to manage, the primary purpose of their submission, is to manage the effects of high water levels on land associated with, and those effects associated with impeded drainage and surface inundation. Other submitters have suggested that value triggers, the primary and secondary indicators, are inappropriate. Generally, this is because they may have focused on one value where the applicant has proposed a multi-value approach, balancing the various values of the lagoon. In my view, the panel cannot change the proposed trigger level or values else to increase the scope of the application. For example, a reduced trigger level would result in adverse effects on potential values that the applicant is proposing to restore and maintain, and the effects of that have not been considered. The scope of the effects assessment. So concerns have been raised about the lack of proper assessment of drainage and flooding impacts. Having regard to the existing environment, I consider that the effects assessment undertaken is appropriate. Federated Farmers has also suggested that an effects assessment of impacts on flood infrastructure should have been undertaken, given the Waituna Creek is mapped as part of Environment Southland's flood management scheme. As for flooding impacts, the application is for the opening of the lagoon and reduction in water levels, and so does not impact on the management of that infrastructure. And consent duration. Many submitters have submitted that the consent duration of 20 years is too long, given the uncertainties in consent performance implementation as a result of having joint consent holders and other matters such as future planning processes around FMUs. Key considerations for duration of consent in case law and practice are the nature and scale of the activity, environmental risk and uncertainty, monitoring and review mechanisms within the consent, policy direction and level of investment. Considering those matters, I remain of the view that the consent duration is appropriate when giving consideration to those, and given that the proposed transitional regime and reviews within the consent that are available. And then I'll just briefly go over
the kind of core things about consent conditions maybe, and then we can get into the detail. So I've reflected on the panel's questions concerning the consent conditions and agree some work could be done to make the structure of the conditions more suitable, and some amendments to particular conditions to make them more certain. I do note the point around references to the words may and shall within some of the conditions. They were purposeful as to not infer the applicant must open the consent at a particular trigger. However, we could work on essentially flipping the condition around if the word must was desired to be included.
We're talking about statutory interpretation.
Yeah. A point was, Commissioner Boothroyd, you asked the applicant a number of times about adaptive management, and I don't consider that there's a need to have that regime within the consent conditions. There's an appropriate monitoring, reporting and review framework that's sufficient to deal with any unintended adverse effects. And there's also no suggestion that the applicant could change parameters of the consent without going through a formal process such as 127 or 128, or if it was outside of the scope of a new consent. Additionally, the consent does build some flexibility. If monitoring shows a particular opening location or time of year results in unintended effects, they could just choose not to open the lagoon at that location or time. And yeah, just to reiterate, the consent does not compel them to act. So even if a trigger is met, they may choose not to open due to learnings from previous openings. In relation to some gaps identified in conditions, I consider that conditions should be included relating to spill management, pest, plant, biosecurity management, and shorebird nesting. There's plenty of examples around of conditions managing those aspects. The conditions around management plans could also be strengthened by including some standards within the conditions. For example, the communications management plan could set out the frequency or points that applicants must communicate consent implementation information on with the community. These kind of standards weren't included to date because the applicant had been proactive about preparing those plans. However, including some minimum requirements avoids the ability for the applicant to change those in the future without going through a formal process.
But if they're a standard, then they shouldn't be changed just by way of a management plan.
No,
the standard should be sitting there.
Exactly. A number of submitters have also raised potential conditions or amendments to conditions outside of the trigger levels or triggers that warrant consideration. For example, certainty of communication between the applicant and community. And yes, as Mr. Duisberg said, I am happy to participate in any expert conferencing around conditions. I did actually have the NPS point, which is sadly after conditions. So I've had a quick look at it, and I have addressed this in the 42A because by the time we got to the 42A, those provisions had already changed. So while the hierarchy in Objective 1 is no longer able to be applied, Policy 1 of the NPS still provides direction onto mana o te wai, and Policy 2 also directs to identify and provide for Māori freshwater values. The proposed Southland Water and Land Plan also contains objectives and policies relating to Māori freshwater values. So while there's no longer a hierarchy elevating those matters, they are still a relevant consideration, and the panel can still consider the positive effects of what the application is trying to achieve in terms of those values. So, in conclusion, I remain of the opinion that subject to the imposition of the consent conditions, adverse effects will be no more than minor and acceptable, and that the application is largely consistent with, and more importantly, not contrary to, the applicable statutory direction. As such, I'm of the opinion that the application meets at least one of the gateway tests for non-complying activities and can be granted. And there's also no reason to decline the consent in accordance with section 107. The applicant has sought a 20-year consent duration, which I consider is appropriate given the nature of activity, scale of effects, and the proposed monitoring and review mechanisms within the consent conditions.
Thank you. Well, before I ask the other commissioners, because they're getting sorted, I'll ask you one question that arose that I had from Mrs. Van Gul's presentation to us this afternoon, and it's in the submission as well. She refers to the Ramsar strategic plan. And so my question was, is that, do you think, in your view, is that a relevant consideration for us under 1041C as another matter?
I'm actually not aware of that plan, but if it does set out, I mean, as a relevant, it is relevant to the wetland, so could be a relevant matter. I would have to look into it. I would have to have a read to be able to be certain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Boothroyd, do you have any, before we get into the conditions?
No, not at this stage. No, I think they've been responded to. I think, thank you.
I'm going through to see what's still relevant by this stage, and the only thing that I haven't had answered is just around the statutory acknowledgements under the Ngāi Claim Settlement Act, and just wanting to know how as a panel we take that into account in our decision making. Is it a have regard to, must give effect to?
Yeah. Can I defer that?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
It is a relevant consideration. It's a matter that is addressed in it is acknowledged and forms part of the regional Southland Land Regional Plan and regional policy statement. And as such, it forms both a relevant consideration under provisions of those plans, as well as certainly another relevant matter for determining this application under 1041C.
So it forms consideration under 104D, contrary to the plan, because it will not,
yes,
because it's referenced in the plan, and therefore, and it's also a 104.1C matter.
Yes, thank you. Yes, that's right. It would both ways as a matter that is informed and part of the assessment of the objectives and policies for 104D and 104, and a relevant consideration in 104.1C.
Mostly, that's okay.
You're about to find out that I'm not as digitally proficient as the commissioner on my left, so there may be some repetition of what I'm about to ask you. However, before that,
yes,
Commissioner Boothroyd does have a question.
I do actually. Just it's more confirmatory, really. I think in section 3413 of the section 42A, you make reference to the National Policy Statement for Fresh Water and the effects management hierarchy.
Three.
3413. Yes. And just that you are just really clarifying, confirming that you are satisfied that the effects management hierarchy was substantially addressed in the application through the avoid, minimise and remedy, with no requirement for offset or mitigation. Thank you. Thanks.
So in no particular order, the policy 40 about determining the term of resource consents in the water and land plan, 46, which is the applicant's compliance with conditions of any previous consent, adoption of voluntary good management practice. Does that policy extend as far as consideration of the applicants who haven't, for an applicant that hasn't demonstrated any of those?
I wouldn't think so. They would be implementing a new consent. You know, they don't have essentially what it's talking about as a compliance history associated with this undertaking this activity. So yeah, I don't see how that's too relevant to considering the term.
But it doesn't say just any previous consent.
Previous resource consent.
It doesn't say
yeah.
that it relates. The policy doesn't say that it relates to activities at this site, so it's not necessarily talking about a replacement consent, as it were. It's a question. So yeah, so does that reading of it alter your opinion in any matter?
I don't think it alters my opinion on how it impacts the consent duration, no.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Duesberg gave us his understanding of the application and the alternative opening locations. So what's your understanding of what was applied for in terms of the?
Yeah, so yeah, we're kind of relevant. I didn't try and duplicate too much, but the application clearly states that the applicant is seeking to open the lagoon at any location across the bar outside the lagoon. And the conditions that they propose specifically mention Walker's Bay and then alternate locations.
There's a map in your see if here it's the application. Right. Oh, the probably figure 2 on page 8 of your 42A report. Seems to be large parts of the gravel bar that has land behind it.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so the application means that with some of this risk assessment that they could access it through any of those points, and that the effects assessment of it's not taking it through at the minimum depth, so that it would be more efficient to open it in that location. The effects of taking it through these other parts, would it be the same or different or something else?
Sure, well, I think that's the attempt of that risk assessment is to look at the relative benefits of a potential location compared to generally Walker's Bay, but other locations. If, let's say, Walker's Bay doesn't get used for a long time and it becomes Hanson's Bay or the fence that is the majority.
So it could be anywhere else as well.
It could be anywhere else, yes.
That's it, yeah. The lapse, sorry, the lapse date, I'm jumping to conditions, sorry. It's is it five years? Is that-
I thought we did address that because it was something that I
Condition 29, 10 years.
yeah. Condition 29, I'm being advised. Which is probably different now. Consent lapse, yes. So we've the applicant has included a 10-year lapse period rather than defaulting to the standard 5, and that was obviously to allow for some time in case an opening wasn't required or wasn't undertaken.
Page 9, 2.54. There's a line at the very bottom. The applicant had not included in his not included in it, or is now, or something else. Is it now? I've gone back and I've looked at the notification report, and 10.16 is it. I was just making sure it's in.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Um, 2.55 and 2.56. This is about sorry. The activity status under the Resource Management Act. That is it because the plan doesn't deal with these. It's not the activity is not captured by the regional coastal plan. So, is it that it becomes an anominate activity?
Correct. And defaults. Yeah.
And the bundling across of activities across the plans and the freshwater standards, that's bundling across different
correct that's
regulations.
The entire, yeah.
Just in terms of the south, do you know why in the maps why the
That's
plans
one colour.
there's only one colour where it's referenced in 2 places in Appendix A? it's referenced as a sensitive water body and as a wetland.
Yeah.
When you refer to the maps,
It's,
it's only shown in one colour.
my assumption can only be that it's just a mapping error, and you know, there's no transparency on the one layer. It's clearly listed in the as both of those. Yeah. This is sort of going to the conditions, but it's at 2.8.6.9, page 19 of your report. Just the risk assessment, and in terms of whoever's working this out, I've got included, it says including a risk assessment, but a risk assessment as to what? Try when it's in the, when you're looking into the conditions. Sorry, I'm probably just signalling something here for the applicant to address as well, and that if you're doing any conferencing on conditions, that's the part we'd like cleaned up. Mm-hmm.
I asked Ms. Thorne about this the other night, and just the same. This is the regional coastal plan and landscape unit number 5, in appendix 4 of I'm trying to understand the landscape. That landscape must only apply to something that's in the CMA. So is there only that component of it? It doesn't extend inland as though it's rather than just a plan that relates to the coastal marine area, it relates to the coastal environment, which might, so I'm just trying to understand how is that addressed in the plans here in Southland?
Just refreshing my memory on what I've written here and how it relates.
Yep. Take time.
Yeah. So from memory, the plan talks about from a point to a point along the coastal environment, whether that's just the CMA or not, or if it's the actual coastal environment. When you go to the descriptions, it talks about this area having extensive shingle beaches, gravel bar, dune lands, and their associated vegetation and adjoining peat bogs, lagoons, estuaries, and salt marshes. So from that, I would infer that it's including the coastal environment and not just the CMA itself.
Right. And that's how the regional coastal plan here.
What's a regional coastal? Yeah, and like it's a coastal plan that it's one which has been developed with the coastal environment rather than some which is just the CMA.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That clarifies that. Thank you. Um, 3.3.1.3, page 25, is the restoration plan. That was the restoration plan in the application. Oh,
Yeah, shall I-
Yep.
No, not.
so I was just checking it's there, but I just thought it was in a different. The restoration plan is appendix F or something like that.
B, I think, appendix B.
B.
Or is that the additional information?
Or is that the additional information? So I got B
I
is
think it's part of
advisory
the
science
SAG,
report.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking, it's actually part of the science
Oh,
advisory.
actually it's
report.
included within the,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
In terms of the part two assessment, it's 3.9, page 31. Is it Davidson that you're essentially relying on for that? How the Southland plan only became partly operative last year? Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it is because it's not just about the regional plan, and I've discussed this in part of my assessment as well, where because of the unique activity, there was the need to go up to like the next kind of level of planning documents, which is the RPS, to get full coverage, but there's no need to go all the way back to part two to get that.
But in terms of the 104D test, we're only going as far as the regional plan. Um, 3.12.1, page 32. I realise that the government changes the RMA several times. Wasn't there a recent amendment to 107, or is that still in, right? And when you wrote your part, had that amendment been made?
Yes, that happened at the same time as the those conclusions on the NPS objective.
We're going to do something unusual because I'm concerned about holding people here. Before we get into the details of conditions, Mr. Welch, I think we'll just take a break from the officers here, and given our past performance of keeping people here very late at night and not wishing to subject you to the same, we've got a couple of questions. Could we ask you to come up and ask now? Thank you. Thank you. Your kindly read your material and support, so thank you for that. We have just a couple of questions, and
Sure.
thank you for coming in to do that. Mr. Boothroyd's going to go first. I think it's one in relation to-
One question, yeah. So I don't know if you've got your statement in front of you, but it was just checking it's the right point 3. Yes, 3. Actually, it's various 3s.
Page number?
Really, it might be easy to do it that way. It's on the second page.
Yep.
Where you say the applicants have failed at the head of the page, but it's point number 3.
You can say the wetlands have been significantly modified.
That's correct. And then 3, 3B in that, which refers to the western end of the lake as its bed covered in eroded sediment.
Mhm.
Yes, that's right. Which you've observed?
Yes.
Yes. And that this, and then it comes back to the macrophyte abundance of rupia.
Well, it's a thoroughly modified the bed. There is no provision for rupia where it's been smothered and filled in.
Thank you. And then you go on to talk about the greater abundance of rupia at the eastern part of the lake, which you've heard something about as well.
Yeah. Basically, when there's a decent score comes through, you'll see rupia cast up on the eastern end. But rupia can't grow in a smothered ecosystem full of subsoil and topsoil from arriving subsidence, bank subsidence in the tributaries. So it's if you're looking at rupia disposition or where you find rupia in the lake, the more and more sediment that builds up on the bed, the less and less you're going to see that beast at all.
And the source of the sediment?
Unstable banks in the major tributaries.
Thank you. And you mentioned as well that this proposal may be the end of the rupia and its benthic habitat becomes smothered and anoxic. So you've experienced that.
Yeah, I gather there's been some photos shown too, but I've walked the area. If you walk the area, anoxic sediments characteristically are dark coloured. They're not grey or anything. Those are more facultative. So these produce a stench, ammonia, sulfide, whatnot, production from sulfate to sulfide. It's toxic. But it'll be smelly. Generally, that's your organically enriched soils being deposited, and in the absence of oxygen and anoxic moments, they start producing sulfide, ammonia, methane. Basically, they bubble under your feet. So it's not like you're seeing something like an inert clay or gravels or sands or anything like that. It's clearly not born in the lake, but carried to the lake and deposited.
And its texture of the smothering.
Fine. It's obviously there'll be mixtures of peat. There's modified soils. There's subsoil, but it's accreting there too. So it's building up. My first experiences of digging at the lake, there was not a lot of sediment there. This is built up over years, but high water levels in the tributaries favour the subsidence. These are modified tributaries, so the banks are virtually at right angles, no batter or gradient, and little in the way of reinforcing or stability. So when you run them high, it tends to exacerbate that loss. And so you're looking at white flowing gravels, peat, some lignite measures, and then quite thin, recent modified topsoils. And so they erode beneath, and then they become mobile and they're carried down. If there was some sort of measure of restoring batter and rock armouring and stabilising so you can vegetate, there'll probably no need to actually do drain clearage work as has been done in the past. It's an artefact of engineering, but exacerbated by high levels.
And your comment seems it has a preferred deposit area in that western.
Yeah, I've particularly that one I'm more familiar with, but I've no doubt that I've seen other tributaries in my previous employment and previous visits down there that there's no due regard for
engineering structure in the tributary. So I'm more familiar with the western end. I have taken students in the past and observed some sediment accretion around the others, but if it's anything like what you're seeing at the western end, it's not a good outlook for the bed of the lake.
Okay, thank you. And then perhaps finally, so on the openings, does that get flushed out sufficiently?
It can do. It on the odd occasion, you'll find any number of places which have been opened, and some are efficacious, some do move it, others do not. The openings need to be well chosen if that is the goal. If the lake is run too high for too long, the situation just gets worse. So it's habitat loss through modification of bed materials. And, you know, farms will be losing land out of it too, because where does it stop?
So the application, if you're familiar with the application, is to open make the opening at anywhere along the bar.
Yeah,
So-
some places are more appropriate. I don't think the last opening was at the best place necessarily, historically, but it did serve a purpose.
But my question is there a preferred opening for the removal of the sediments that you've identified in this Western Bay?
Yeah, that will be a bit of a litmus test, because if the sediments are accreted and consolidated, moving them becomes more and more problematic. I couldn't speak to as their stability, only the fact that over the years they've built up and built up.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Comment?
I do have another question, but I want to follow up on that because I'm not a scientist and I want to make sure I really fully understand this. So we heard earlier that we can actually, so comparing two lake levels, you might say if you were to open the lake at a 2.2, and I'm just using these numbers, so we've got something here, and you measure and you go, this is the amount of erosion and sediment loss, and compared to a 2.5, how do we measure that difference to determine, you know, how big the difference in effect is?
The effect is actually in the tributary, not in the lake. The lake's an afterthought, it's posthumous. If the tributary sediments are mobilised, the lake receives them, that's it. So managing the lake, I think, has to have due regard for protecting the banks of the tributaries. If they are stable or allowed to stabilise or receive some protection, there's a good future there. If they are further saturated and fall away, the lake is not a lake anymore, it's a mud pond.
So then how do we measure, if we decline this application and there is no consent in place and therefore the lake's not opened, how do we actually then measure, because by opening the lake, you're taking out the nutrients, so how do we measure? And that's a positive effect.
By the same token, I looked at some of the proposed parameters. You're actually putting nutrients in, phosphorus, for instance, being monitored. That's a bit farcical. Saltwater is full of phosphorus. Never mind, but there has to be a view to the key level in terms of bank protection of the tributaries is a level that stabilises those banks. And I actually thought the application was sufficient in regard for the word sediment and where it was coming from and its consequence to the lake. I'm convinced that with due regard for the stability of the tributaries, if a level could be set then, I think that would be in the lake's interests.
And I've had a question that I've asked all of the submitters, but I'm mindful that you haven't been here for the duration, so I might just change the wording slightly. So what I've been asking all of the other submitters is if we're unable to grant the consent with these conditions, then would you support a consent being granted? Is it still a yes or a no if we have no ability to be able to change the lake level? we can't change that part of it, whether it's 2.2, 2.3, 2.5, because it must be what the applicants have asked for, and it's either a yes or no based on that, then would you prefer the regime that the applicants are proposing, or the alternative, which is to have no consent in place?
Opening needs to be regulated, but sensibly. Historically, I've made the point, for 100 years this lake has been open and serviced the tributaries and able to develop farmland in the area. I visited that lake, seen its enormous diversity, its terrestrial systems, all of which are a consequence of the historic opening of the lake. And the lake is an artifact. What you see now has been selected for, if you like. So under that regime, it achieved Ramsar designation with its enormous biodiversity, its large flush of wildlife coming along with the saltwater arriving with the opening. So anything that enables that and enables lower water levels to allow the existing system, I think I know it'll be argued, but if you look at this after 100 years, it's got to be in some sort of equilibrium. There is a diversity of life present now. I don't see the repetition of 2024's experiment, which went really badly wrong for terrestrial and adjoining landowners and adjoining ecosystem. Really went bad for that. We had drowned ecosystems, drowned land. That is at the extreme end of things. That was damage to the tributaries, damage to surrounding land, and drowning some quite unique ecosystems that have only received lip service.
Yeah, and that period was in an unregulated regime.
Yeah, I take your point.
Yeah.
Good decisions. What are you trying to protect? If you're trying to protect from sediment, start at the tributaries. If you're looking at nutrient buildups in the lake, there's good biological indicators from that. But at the moment, the high lake level thing would be prejudicial. It's demonstrable. It occurred in 2024. That's hard evidence. If that was to be facilitated by way of consent, I think it'll be hellish for the ecosystems and the land around there.
And this regime, I think that got much higher than what this is proposing.
Oh,
this is
yeah.
2.3.
But I make the point with the sedimentation of the lake, the use of gauge boards becomes less and less reliable. You fill up a bath half full, how much water's in it? And of course, the gauge boards now, are they sensitive enough to protect tributaries? That's a question that I would seriously analyse. That's why I've urged a conservative approach, or precautionary approach, I should say, to the granting of consents. When there is doubt, there is short term. When there is doubt, you can stand back and know what works. And but at the moment, anything approaching last year would be totally unacceptable in terms of the future of the lake and the people around it.
So if we are in a position, if we still have to get further legal advice.
Oh, yeah.
And we are still undecided whether we have the scope to be able to change the lake level, and it might be that we don't have the scope to do that, and it's either a yes, you get this consent, or no, and the consequence of the no would be no regime in place and going back to an emergency opening regime.
Yeah, but that makes it a foreseeable event, so it can't be termed an emergency, can it?
We've just been hearing Mr. Duisberg, possibly before you arrived, sir. If you probably have a look at his legal submissions, they amended the Act in 2005.
When I was in the job, there was no such thing as an emergency outfall.
Yeah. So I know it's a hard question to answer.
If the maintenance of the tributaries, the stability can be mitigated, or actually it needs to be remedied, it's a separate effort altogether. But at the moment, regardless of what secondary or primary secondary indicators you put in terms of water chemistry and biology, a lake that's full of anaerobic sediment is, to me, little more than lake haze. It's a water impoundment. It's thoroughly modified. It's been modified for 100 years. The major tributaries service, well, I don't know, I suppose, 9 or 10,000 acres of modified land. And yet, this enormous amounts of biodiversity still persist. So, my appeal would be, please don't make a decision or make anything worse than it is.
Don't make a decision that will make it worse
Yes, yeah.
than what it is. Okay, exactly. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Thank you for coming in as well. No, we're just adjourned for 5 minutes and reconvene at 4:20.
I'm really, I've only got 80 something pages. I'm pleased to spend
Very good. We'll reconvene. Thank you. So, I just wanted to, sorry, everybody, I'm just trying to question, this Tresevic here. So, you know, I took Ms. Thorne through the, conditions and that kind of thing, and you were here and you got notes effectively for most of those.
Yeah.
And so that's, so things like abbreviations and acronyms, certainly this proposed, this, the certification of the other location.
Yeah.
So the, so what's the other locations? This was condition 2. So the version I'm referring to is the one attached to Ms. Thorne's evidence as being the last one, and that all of my questions are related to. So what's the, if Waghorn Bridge or another gauge that's certified as an alternative, so what's the other gauge?
Condition.
Yes. So if the gauge at Waghorn Bridge is not available,
yeah,
then you can use an alternative gauge. What's the alternative gauging location?
there is no location as such. The condition is provided for so that essentially the applicant wouldn't have to come back to change the consent if the current location became unsuitable or unusable. Then they could go through the process to have an alternate gauge site that was representative of the lagoon level.
Gauges need to be surveyed to put in place. Either land or hydrological survey to get them correct, and they're being limited in that. So it's, yeah.
So that condition.
Excuse me, I've explained this before. It's not a public meeting. This is a hearing under the Resource Management Act. I'm questioning this witness. Thank you. Having it just seems that you're having there's no idea, nobody else where this is or whatever it's how it's going to be. It's not just a matter of having a condition that can be amended to make it simpler for the applicant. If the alternative doesn't seem to be being provided, then they need to amend the condition and have it in some other place.
Yeah, I don't think it's trying to make it easier for the applicant. I think it's, and it says in there, if that gauge becomes unavailable, the applicant still needs to be able to make decisions on whether to open or not based on a trigger level. And I agree that condition could be improved by including some criteria on which they have to submit some information to the consent authority about to prove that that's a suitable location. It's missing that aspect of it. And that would be things like it's, you know, it does say in there that it's representative, but things that prove that it is a representative location for the lagoon.
Right. Yeah. I'm not going through all the other sort of minor amendments and that kind of thing, but just in terms of the consent implementation plan and the communications plans and that sort of thing. I questioned Ms Thorne about whether they needed to be rewritten and put in and certified again against a condition requiring them, plus all those standard management plan things. You didn't have any issue with any of that?
No, and I think that would be the right thing to do, is if there's a decision to grant that application and have thought about what the we could come up with a more standardised set of conditions around all of the management plans and them all having to be submitted within a certain time and certified, rather than it scattered through the consent, just this process that they have to go through.
The other major point was about a lot of the monitoring and that the applicants or the consent holders would be relying on is not specified in that monitoring needs to be undertaken, and it's at the moment. Look, I'm assuming it's going to be sitting within the monitoring plan.
Much of that is.
But that shouldn't be how it is. That needs to switch around so that if there's monitoring going to be undertaken and it's to be relied on, then a condition requiring that needs to be in there. I think we've probably covered most of those things off. Mr. Duisberg, did you have any? We were going to go through what would be the next steps from here, and there's just that issue of if the applicant was going to change, provide more clarity around that risk assessment. Did you have another thought about how we might do that, given that we're hearing from Dr. Robertson on the 13th? We would want the submitters to be able to have an opportunity to respond to anything, and that Dr. Robertson raised that because they haven't heard from him either.
Yes.
But then, so ideally, it might be good if Ms. Williams, if it was possible to bring that in, if that was available potentially before the 13th, then everybody gets to see it, and then that way they could all respond, have the opportunity to respond to those matters.
I think, as you've just set it out, sir, is sensible if the applicant can meet that time frame, which is 2 weeks, is generous in a process like this to provide that material at or before that reconvened hearing date, to which you were already intending to give submitters an opportunity to respond to what Dr. Robinson had. They could respond to the clarification regarding this opening issue, and then move to right of reply.
We want, the other thing is about this, we want the conditions to be facilitated, conferencing on the conditions, but we want that to occur after Dr. Robinson and after the applicant putting in that risk assessment material, and then making sure that the submitters all have a response to ability to respond to all of those matters, including the amended draft conditions, so that everyone has that, and then we could move to the right of reply. So
Yes, sir. I think those are all matters that would be appropriate directions within your power to regulate your proceedings.
Okay. We're just going to adjourn briefly to have a quick discussion amongst ourselves, and then we'll come back and set out the next steps from here. So Thanks everybody for your patience. We've taken a bit longer. We've been trying to avoid clashes with other council meetings and things like that that are on and the like. So in terms of next steps, and we'll set this out in a minute, that we'll attempt to get out tomorrow, and if not, that it's going to be by Saturday. And so that's the following. So in terms of the issue around to address the risk assessment, so Ms. Williams, if you could provide that information to Ms. Onko by 3 p.m. on Tuesday the 12th. Then
Can I just clarify what we mean by the risk assessment? Because I think I know, but I just want to be sure.
So the other commissioners will correct me if I'm wrong. This is the risk assessment as to the alternative locations that needs to be undertaken. Mr. Duesberg made some a suggestion that could be clarified and put another way in terms so that it didn't appear like it was an AEE was required and it was being set out like that. So that's what we mean.
Thank you, that's helpful. I can say that I will also be taking instructions from the applicants as to whether they do want to proceed with the whole of the bar, acknowledging, of course, that wouldn't include Mr. Waghorn's property, or whether they would prefer to go with defined locations.
And again, that's fine, and that might come in with the right of reply or whatever. But this is in terms of the information and procedures that we're able to direct in that at the moment. Then on Wednesday, the 13th of August at 10:30, we're going to be having a session where we're going to be talking to Dr. Robertson, because he's going to be available then. Now, that I've been informed that won't be live streamed, but it will probably be a Teams meeting, and it will be conducted in that manner. So basically everybody will be watching the three of us question Dr. Robertson and asking questions in the same manner that we've done with everyone here or online. Then following that, we then want the planners to conference, and then we're going to direct a facilitated conferencing session for that. And just noting that people's availability and that sort of thing, we want the resulting joint witness statement to be presented to Ms. Onko here by 3 p.m. on the 29th of August. Then
with conditions. With the conditions.
Yeah, with the conditions. Track changed version, a clean version, all as PDFs, and a Word version. Then we want to give the opportunity for the submitters to be able to respond to any of those matters. So they can respond to the risk assessment, they can respond to additional matters that they might have given our questioning of Dr. Robertson, and then they might have some comments on the conditions as well. Can I say to anybody that does that, you need to confine your comments to those matters. It's not an opportunity to relitigate anything that we've already gone through and that sort of thing. We're trying to manage that, so that's what we're going to be focusing on. So if you can focus on that, that would be helpful. So, so that opportunity for the submitters, which will be to reply in writing, will be by 3 p.m. on the 5th of September. And then on 5 working days after that, 3 p.m. on the 12th of September, will be the right of reply. Once the right of reply, which is, again will come in writing, we'll then be making assessment that do we have all the information we need to proceed to actually making our decision, and it will be when we reach that point, we will close the hearing by way of a minute, and then we will proceed to our deliberations and preparing the decision. So I know some people are writing all of that down. We're going to be writing that down and sending it out as a minute so that everybody has that. Now comes time, I'm going to adjourn the hearing. First, I'd like to thank everybody on behalf of the panel for the manner in which you've engaged with us. It's been extremely helpful and has made the task a lot easier for us. This has been quite an experience, so thank you.
I think we have Mr. Trent who's going to.
Yes. So I'm going to adjourn the hearing, and sir, if you could close for us, that would be excellent.
A tēnā rawa te kia koutou ngā komihana ki runei te whaiwhiri. So just acknowledging the panel here. Unu hia, ko te wetea ngā tāmitanga, ngā kaume, pehitanga, ngā herenga o te wā. Kia wāpea e te hinengaro, te tinana, te wairua. Tomo ki e tāne te waiora, tāne te whakaputane ki te whaiao, ki te ao marama. Haumi, koe, tai, kia ora.
And we've got our site visit tomorrow. We're still doing that. 9:10 at the garage. Oh, the name escapes me. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you.